Hello, everyone. Welcome into the break room. Got a couple things here. First off, congrats Molma on first. Also, welcome in Molma, Jordan, Escape. Um, I have a number of things to go through. Today's going to be a very, very weird day. First off, let me close this. Let me move my OBS over. Um, okay. First things first. More than anything, I have like 1,000 followers I need to thank since my last stream. So let's go through that list very quickly. Um, so I need to give thanks to Minister Gold, Phantom Buns, Devon T Legend, Baked Bean Funger, Paranormal Girl, J&E Gaming, or Jordan, who's in chat. It's actually a refollow, but that's actually going to be something that we're going to be discussing today. Storm Shield 1982, Zagscorn, Mama Talks, Mate, Mate, all capitals with some underscores in between. Milky Way Cookie 8, Flictional, Radio Sketch, Chelsea, Cal Draven, Snookies and Cream, DMT Music, or my buddy Dave, Weedman Yogurt, Kitty Boo Boo, Molma, who again, redeemed person is in chat here, The Irish 420, Choskers, Intense Sequence, Fox in the Box, For the Win, King LP 2011, Bill Famero, who those who play Fall Guys might know her as Fearless Girl in game. Dark Mode X, Magnum GC 2020, Dara the Prez, and Dorky Awesome Guy. I think that's everyone. Um, been doing a lot of networking for some reasons. It's just how the way that it seems to have worked out since my last stream back in September. I just turned down the music one notch. Do let me know if my voice is okay versus the music volume. Um, but like I said, so today is a much different stream than normal. What you're seeing right here is pretty much you good, perfect. I appreciate it, Moma. Um, so normally we would go into my gaming stream. We're not going to be seeing that. We're literally going to be sticking around for this just chatting for pretty much the entire day. Um, and so why aren't we doing any games today? Why did this stream come up? I mentioned it in my Discord. Should probably pop that over here. Essentially, I'll kind of discuss in a moment the catalyst for what brought all this about. But I did write in my general channel. So I have a question for everyone. I'm thinking of doing a stream today because I have 1 billion followers to thank. Just went through that, and I really want to stream again. I haven't done a stream in a while since Silk Song came out. I also have a ton of things I want to chat about, but they're pretty hard hitting. Identity and self-worth, what I've been up to, and why I haven't been streaming as much, dealing with mental health, the list goes on. Thing is, I have a lot of people who like to turn on my streams and lurk while watching, so here's the question. If I ran a very long just chatting stream, would people come here? Would people be interested in participating in the conversation? Genuinely curious, etc., etc. So it sounds a bit dire there. It's not that it is. So let's kind of like discuss what's happened since my last stream and like where all this is coming from. So I had a conversation with one of my IRL friends, and he's been having some issues personally with he's autistic and has ADD and has all kinds of like his own issues he's dealing with, and he's about to be out of work soon, just like a lot of people in my particular profession. I work in cybersecurity, or I did when I had a job, and he's having a lot of like self-worth and self-doubt issues and imposter syndrome issues, and so we had this long conversation there. Had a separate conversation, a few separate conversations. One with one of my old friends in like why I had to leave her Discord server a while ago. One with Jordan, as mentioned, J&E in chat, in Discord, just in a text chat back and forth. Where because I had unfollowed. I mean, I'll be honest, because that's what today's going to be all about. I had unfollowed the channel, and they were for very personal, private reasons, and I want to discuss those private reasons today, not just with him, but like what, like I ended up unfollowing a lot of people in the Fall Guys community, and like I said, it's a personal thing. It has to deal with mental health. It's one of those things that I feel is important to discuss, and it's just a conversation that I really want to have with others. And then the last thing was that I was in the chat of Super Meat Stick. Shout him out as well. Shout out Super Meat Stick. And he's someone who, again, I had also unfollowed within the Fall Guys community, again, for personal reasons, which we will discuss later. And yet he modded me, and it was very awkward when one of his other lead mods is like, wait, how are you modding someone who's not even following you at the moment? What the hell is this about? So I kind of wanted to run this one big stream here where we can discuss all of these issues, and there's gonna be, just like I said, a lot of honesty, a lot of hard-hitting topics. So for new watchers, it's going to be a weird stream, but especially compared to my normal gaming streams. So I understand if you don't want to stick around for that. More to the point though, it is that I'm going to be very honest and open and just discussing certain taboo things that you're not supposed to talk about here, like Twitch viewership and streaming, and why it's been hard for me to stream and whatnot. As a result, I might even end up breaking some of my own chat rules that are underneath the stream. So with all that stated, there's gonna be pretty heavy topics, just talking about parents and self-identity, different stressful situations and whatnot. So as a result, if you're a particularly empathetic person, and you are if your social battery or your mental battery is kind of drained at the moment, I would recommend waiting until the next stream when we go back to our usual vibes. But yeah, aside from that, like I said, the biggest thing is that I typically, on a normal stream, I usually start. Oh, I might have to press the refresh on. No, we're good. I am being conscious of when my camera is going in and out. But yeah. So the main thing is that I typically go through this whole binge and kind of drained, but I've had a weekend to recharge. I'm also curious, yeah, and I mean, it's the holidays right now, right? And so it's gonna take a lot out of a lot of people, but that's the problem. Is normally I try to make this channel a place to escape all of that, and that's why I have the rules that I do. No talking about politics, no talking about religion, blah 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 blah. And so I want this to be an escape from all that, so where you could just come have a good time, like Jordan was saying before, just an all-around general vibe. But there's certain things that are just important to discuss, right? And can I talk about Fall Guys? Yeah. You can, like I said, this is an Ask Me Anything day, and I actually am going to be discussing Fall Guys later. Welcome in, Had, because so I have this book of notes next to me. But I want this to be this whole genuine back and forth dialogue of a conversation. Yeah, welcome that. So yeah, the actual purpose of the stream. So normally we're stuck in this just chatting window for 5 minutes, and normally I'm trying my best to get out of it as soon as possible, and so I don't ever actually have the opportunity. I never give myself the opportunity to really talk back and forth with chat. I'll see, whatever chat messages come up, and kind of I'm not ignoring them, but I'm just trying so hard to fly by them so I can get into whatever game we're playing. And I feel like I'm ignoring people, and it's not my intention. And it's they have something to say, and I want to hear them, and I have something to say, and I'm limiting myself to the length of one song at the time. So I figured this was a good way to stream. Welcome in, Annie. Yeah, like I've been saying, so far it's going to be a very odd stream today. It's okay. I feel you on that. Hey there. Yeah, I mean, just look at the title. It's going to be a lot about me today. Anyone who wants to discuss their own like mental health issues themselves, they're more than welcome to discuss those as well. But yeah, we're gonna be having like a lengthy what I hope to be a lengthy actual dialogue in here. I'm not here to monologue. I really want to actually chat with people about the struggles that they're going through. Um, Yeah, and so but those are the next two notes without even looking at them. I always feel rushed to get into a game without being able to listen to others. This is not a monologue; it's a dialogue. I want active participation from chat. Um, but to Had's point a moment ago, one of the things I did want to mention is like the actual real personal reason why I kind of ended up leaving the Fall Guys community and why I had to unfollow a whole bunch of people, even though I like them and even though I might have been a VIP or like a moderator in their chat. Like there are chats where I am a moderator and I don't follow the person anymore, and it would be very awkward for me to refollow them. But I would like to like again, there's a very specific personal reason for it, and I kind of want to go through all of that. There's also, we're going to be discussing today, some people might notice that a few things. First off, if you ever actually read the rules of the channel, the very first one that I wrote and has been there since day one is that we are friends of the LGBTQIA plus community here. And that is something that's very, again, personally important to me. But I'd love to be able to like properly, because I'd love to explain why that is, and especially to those who are in that community. And I've invited like one or two to come around and like hang out and just kind of lurk and hear through that. But understand, why is it that like a cishet white male who normally wouldn't have the same problems that they are experiencing, why I hang out in the chats all the time. The other main thing is I feel like I come off as someone who typically has all their shit together. But I don't. I'm struggling just the same as anyone else, and I kind of want to be like to make myself vulnerable here and honest and open, and actually allow myself to chat about bigger issues and what I'm dealing with, and kind of just express all that and kind of show that off and like explain how I've been dealing with things over time. So and finally, I have mentioned it before on stream, is I am financially struggling at the moment, and so I probably will be slightly begging for bits, donations, gift subs, whatever, because for some reason Twitch is the one place where it's socially acceptable to actually be talking about those things as well. So so those are kinds of like the reasons why the stream came up. With all that stated, I guess I just gonna start right from the beginning of like where I'm at. Not where I'm at now. Let's actually start from the beginning. Let's start from like my childhood and like what happened through there, and how like no matter how much of an adult you become, you can't seem to like escape your parents, and how they've affected you over time, and how the decisions that you make later in life are based around the things that you learned from when you were a kid. So let's lean back so I can talk about this. Also, do let me know if the before I get into this, I pinned a message that says that today is an Ask Me Anything day. Feel free to ask me anything, and I'll try to answer as honestly and openly as possible. So that's the pin. Let me know if it's not up. I can always rewrite it and repin it. So me as it's up. Okay, cool. Thank you, Andy. So I as a kid, I can see the pin. Perfect. Yeah. So I was born in 1981. Makes me 44 years old right now. I have two older sisters who are 8 and 10 years older than me. Um, my parents originally lived in New York, roughly around New York City. They had moved to New Jersey, and that's when they had both of my sisters, eventually moving down to South Florida. Um, and so that was kind of where I lived my not entire life. I lived in South Florida for 25 years, roughly. Literally just before my 25th birthday was when I had initially moved, and I moved over to Portland, Oregon. Um, and then I kind of ran out. Like even then, I was struggling with money. Ran out of money after a course of like 2 years of living in Portland. I had to move back in with my parents. Um, but um, let's actually talk about like what my childhood was like. So you got to figure that with two sisters who are 8 and 10 years older than me, um, I there's nothing in common there, right? Like my sisters were always out of the house and doing their own thing, and like if they're in their teens, like if my one of my sisters is 17 and one is 15, then I at the time I'm 7. So like we're not going out with each other, we're not doing the same things together. Oh, you have got yeah, go for it, longer. Um, I might continue some of the stuff that I'm talking about. Um, but yeah, do feel free to ask along the way. Also, I should mention that this will probably be like a rather lengthy stream, or I mean that's the hope, especially if there's going to be enough people. You were an animal, what would you be? Well, my favorite. I have two favorite animals. My favorite one is platypus, duck-billed platypus, because they're so like cute, lovable, and goofy, and there's like a certain aspirational level of to that. Um, that's that one question you're asked anyway. When people ask you what animal you want to be, it's typically the first thing that you think that you say. And if you get asked, well, what is it you like about that animal? Whatever you answer is typically how you think about yourself. So there is like that certain element of it. They're extinct, just like our generation. Um, but the other one, even more aspirational, is something that I used to talk about with my ex-wife all the time. Um, Her favorite animal is a corgi, and in fact, you'll sometimes see her in chat here because even though she's my ex, she's still very supportive of the channel. And we still talk to each other. I talked to her as recently as yesterday. Um, but so her favorite animal, dog is a corgi. Probably favorite animal in general. My favorite dog is a pug. Friend loves corgis. Corgis have cute butts. Yeah, true. Um, but mine is a pug, and so the reason why mine is a pug is because pugs are dumb. They are they're wall-eyed, and they stick their tongue out, and they tilt their head like this, like, and they're the happiest animal that you've ever seen. My favorite is penguinus. But pugs are like the happiest animal you've ever seen, and it doesn't matter that they're not intelligent. It doesn't matter that they run headfirst into glass windows and doors. Mine's a unicorn. Yeah, and there's this certain quality to that that's like that is something we'll probably discuss a bit today. Is I was in the gifted program and the AP program, and dealing with being smart but like not feeling that I fit in with others. So like, how important is intelligence if when I also have like coped with depression now since I was at least 18. Um, so, um, I really think that's my life story too. You can relate. Yeah, it's just like it's this dichotomy, this back and forth of what is ultimately the most important. Is it important to be intelligent and unhappy? Is it better if you're completely dumb and oblivious to the world, but like with a giant smile on your face all the time? You know, so so yeah, so like I said, the platypus is like my usual answer, but there is this thing where I like aspire to be a pug sometimes. Such a weird place to be in. I used to be gifted academically too. Oh, Easy, welcome in. I'm pretty sure Easy is actually currently streaming at the moment. Um, I know that he keeps a otter stream right now on, but hopefully, Easy, if you are here, you're doing well. Yeah, streaming Amy's otters. Yeah, exactly. um, but yeah, I know that what he does is kind of raids out to make sure that all of his friends keep gaining new followers elsewhere and new viewers, etc. What was Head saying? It's a weird place to be in. I used to be gifted academically too, but I never got a chance to involve myself with other people around my school or stuff. Breaker nanny codes morning. Uh, um. So yeah. So that going back to Fungar. So those are my actual answers. It's like I said, originally platypus, but like I have this aspirational quality to want to be a pug, to want to be able to just like let go sometimes and just and just ignore the world, ignore um anything that's going on, and just allow myself to be that happy. um so so going back to like my parents in childhood, um so I was let me check my own notes about this. So when growing up as a kid, I would say that I was the golden child, or at least I was treated like the golden child in my family. Um, by my mom, not so much by my dad. Confirmed loving it. Um, uh, so my mom always treated me incredibly well, as though she didn't have any other children, and I can't say that I like didn't notice even as a kid. It's like even having sisters, and like something's not quite right with the dynamic of what's going on here. Um, my one, so again, with the two older sisters, one is 8 years older, one's 10 years older. I'll probably refer to the one who's 8 years older as like the middle child, because she was just that. She was the middle child of all of us. And the other one, even though they're both older than me, I'll call her my older sister. Um, so the one who is older is became kind of the black sheep of the family over time. Um, Apparently she had a number of issues growing up with my mom, and I didn't learn about those until probably I was in my 20s. Essentially, I it was when I was 20 years old. I visited my sister, who would have been 30 at the time, when she moved to Arizona, and we had like a deep conversation then about like what her childhood was really like, because again, when she was my age at 20, I was 10, so like what did I know? And I really got to like find out all the things that she had to deal with over time, um, like the abortion that she told me about that she had, and then had to hide from my mom and put a receipt in her closet. And my mom found it, and my mom's like, "Oh, well, you could have told me about this," but absolutely not. Yeah, and like how am I supposed to know that any of these things are going on in the background, right? Um, so yeah, but we had a long conversation, and she and I have gotten along ever since. Now, you have to understand when I say getting along. So I am by heritage Jewish. By choice, I am atheist for religion. My father was agnostic. My mother was Jewish, or so she said, but not really practicing. We never really did anything in my family. My one sister, the middle child sister, um, she was a bit, has always been like a bit sycophantic. In fact, if you know the show Everybody Loves Raymond, um, eventually she moved out of my parents' house, but she moved only like I moved to Portland, like I said, which is 3,000 plus miles away from Florida. My older sister moved to Arizona at one point, and the middle child sister, she moved a mile away. So like she very much was still around my parents for a lot of their lives, and as a result, a lot of her own life. Um, the my older sister, the one who do I celebrate Hanukkah occasionally. City, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I have to lurk now. We'll be back in a couple hours. Not a problem. Age difference between the older and middle. So 2 years, and that is going to be relevant. They would have been born in 71 and 73, and then like I said, I was born in 81, which makes me 44 years old. And so yeah, so my sisters right now are 52 and 54 years old. Um, and still dealing with like some of the issues themselves that I'm about to go through. Oh, had thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. So yeah, the older of those two sisters, she became the black sheep of the family. Welcome in, artist. Hope you're doing well. It's going to be a bit of a odd day today. Like I said, we are staying and just chatting here and discussing some like pretty heavy topics. So just an FYI. But I hope your day is going well. So yeah. So my older sister, she became the black sheep of the family. What happened was, in her early 20s, she met someone. And they fell in love, and eventually, ultimately ended up getting married. But again, having been Jewish, she converted to Southern Baptist or it's some extreme version of Christianity. So now we're talking me as like an atheist Jew, my mother is Jewish, my father agnostic, my one sister agnostic because she's sycophantic and did whatever my father did, and then my other sister is a Christian. So we're like all across the spectrum across my family. The issues are that my parents were good to see you. No, I appreciate it. Good to see you as always. So yeah, so the issues is, and this is something I didn't know, was that one of the many issues that my elder sister had to deal with was realizing that my mom was a narcissist, had narcissistic personality disorder. And I didn't know that, and I didn't understand that. Now, here's the funny thing about that, is when I was 24, just prior to me moving out, and when I realized I needed to move out of my place, I wrote up a whole document where I kind of like wrote up an assessment of what my parents were like, just to kind of help, because I was dealing with depression at the time, and I needed something written down. I needed to be able to manifest what I was feeling and how things were going and why things were the way they were. And so I wrote up this assessment document, and I still have it, and so we're gonna read it in just a moment. And you start to realize like what that my sister was right. My mom is actually a narcissist. My thing was I always realized she was an enabler because my dad's a rageaholic. So like I said, let's actually go through this document that I was talking about that I wrote up and like really explore this for just one moment. Here we go. Let's pull this up. Oh, also, I do want to mention, I apologize to everyone. I make my own music, and so I have this list playing. All of this is music that I made, but I've only made like 9 songs. As a point of keeping things royalty free, I'm just going to we're just going to keep listening to this playlist in the background over and over. So just a fair warning to all of that. Anyway, so let's open up this document that I wrote called assessment.doc that kind of talks about what it was like living up until I was 24, and then there's some stuff I added afterwards. So for my father, during a visit about a month ago with our neighbors, I overheard my father gloating about his techniques in lying to people in order to make a sale at the flea market. He feels he's a master at being a bullshit artist, as though this is a good quality. He's completely arrogant. He has many world. Love that you're talking about this stuff. Just so real. I love anything authentic. Yeah, Penny. I it's something I really feel is important to talk about. Like there's shit I had to deal with as a kid. I'm still dealing with it mid 40s, and like people just don't talk about these things enough. And I really want to have like a proper conversation about what it's like and what it's like to deal with. But welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Um, so yeah, so he's completely arrogant, has many worldviews, and wants to make sure that the closest person to him knows exactly what his views are, and that that's the way the world should be by stating his views as though they're facts. A typical conversation will start with, "You have to understand that," and then inserts his own opinion. Um, he once started complaining while he was driving to my mother in her own car that the cruise control wasn't working, and he made a whole deal about it. Minutes later, he realized he was in third gear at the time instead of drive, but he only mumbled how he got it working again without saying explicitly it was his own fault. So, can't accept any like personal responsibility. Welcome in Frozen. Hope you're doing well. So, I've been telling others we're having some pretty serious conversations in here today. So, hope you're willing to stick around, listen through, talk through any issues you might be having yourself. This is going to be a safe space. I've written safe space as one of my tags here. Yeah, just to kind of discuss all these things. Um, a typical yeah. If I need to leave, I will. Okay, yeah, absolutely. That is something I mentioned before. Is that yeah? For anyone who has like a low, who's empathetic, has like a low mental battery at the moment. Like if you need to leave, I completely understand, and I don't, I don't want anyone to have to feel the need to like participate in something if they're not able to participate themselves for any personal reasons. So, a typical pre-dinner discussion will start with my mom asking my dad what he wants for dinner. So my dad replies, "Food," with a quick response from my mom, "What kind of food?" and a retort back from him of "Hot food." That conversation will go on for an hour longer, with my dad focusing most of his attention on the TV at the time. He was seemingly proud to be a Luddite. In fact, he didn't know how to use a computer, with a blatant willingness to tell so to others. And yet he wonders why he was fired from the last job that he had, even though he had like no usable skills in the job market when that occurred. He often made remarks on TV about like people and how like silly their hair is, or how he can't stand their voice after he's only seen them for the first time. So like completely superficial. And he would inadvertently belittle both me and my mom just within normal conversations. So those are things that I wrote when I was 24. Stuff that like I've written since then, just trying to remember what he was like. He hit me 3 times. So luckily, he didn't like constantly beat me. To the best of my knowledge, he never constantly beat my mother or anything. But it was like between my mom and dad, it was constant back and forth, fucking yelling all goddamn day, and it's just like it's just such a toxic environment to have to be there and listen to. Just like just the constant stream of it. Um, but yeah, he hit me 3 times. I think the best of those, if you want to call one of them best, was the hypocritical one where we, for whatever the reasons were, had to visit my step grandmother, his stepmother, and it put him in a sour mood because he hates her, due to her being like such an awful parent and whatnot. But like he couldn't see the forest through the trees of like, look in the mirror, buddy. Like, do you understand all of the issues that you have? Um, he again, this he lived in Florida for as long as I was down there. So well, they moved there I think in 1978. And he lived down in Florida until his death. And he would watch the news and he would complain about the news all the time and how things were. And yet he refused to vote and was proud of the fact that he refused to vote. All I have to say about that is look back at the 2000 general election. There's a my father would be one of the votes who just doesn't exist for that, for as much as he'd love to just like yell about how terrible the world is while trying to make no efforts to actually make any changes within it himself. um I for a very long time fixed computers for a living prior to working my cybersecurity job. And so like I said, even though he was a Luddite, eventually we finally got him onto a computer, finally got to using it. Eventually the computer ends up getting a virus. And so I go over to fix it. And I end up like looking through the search history and whatnot, trying to figure out what ended up happening. I end up seeing Ashley Madison. It's one of the websites that ends up coming up there. Now, I'm not going to judge too harshly on that point, because my mom actually had like a number of health issues that she developed over time. Um, uh, Rheumatoid arthritis and scleroderma and Raynaud's syndrome, and like all of these like weird things that were just like deteriorating to her. And so I can understand from his perspective of still needing to fulfill intimacy needs. And for all I know, like maybe they had an agreement between the two of them. So I can't judge harshly to that end, because there's just certain parts I don't know about that. But it's like, for someone who loves to like tell others, oh, I'm so proud, I don't even know how to turn on a computer. He sure fucking found his way around how to use it, like once he finally did. Other incidents include when I was moving out with my then girlfriend, who later became my wife. I didn't really have any friends to help me out, so I ended up having to ask my father, whoever else was around, if they could help. Instead of she lived on the second floor of the apartment that she was living in, and so instead of being a normal person and like carrying stuff down to the bottom floor and out into the car and whatever, there were certain things that he just threw out the window and onto the outside ground, which I don't necessarily know that it was all grass around there. Some of it was just sidewalk. So I know at minimum her like George Foreman grill got broken as a result of him just like tossing things out the window as a method of helping. I'm kind of in and out. No bingo time. Just want to say I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Jordan. So yeah. So ultimately, that's what things were like with my dad. Bit of a rage. I mean, he was a rageaholic, and like I said, he's superficial. He's a rageaholic. He's everything that I aspire not to be. Talking about the like aspirations of being a pug before. I've almost modeled the decisions in my life later on around, well, if my dad thought it was a good idea, then it must be, if my dad thought it was a good idea, it must be a bad idea, and I should avoid doing whatever it is that he did. On my mom's side, so like I said, let me read it as the way that I wrote it down, and then we'll kind of like compare for a moment to what my sister told me. So my mom, incredibly selfish, though this is not necessarily due to poor intentions. Sometimes I'm not quite sure even she realizes her own selfishness. She'll interrupt your conversation so she can bring up her own, often mundane conversations. She gives copious amounts of guilt. If you try to tell her a story, about 2 sentences in, she'll make a quick sound with her mouth, indicating she needs to say something. When she finally gets to say it, usually immediately through interruption, she provides a meaningless similar anecdote that expresses her feelings on the matter, oftentimes negative in nature. She makes unintentionally snide comments about how I should clean my room, while my father has taken up the entire garage and whole bedroom in the house to fill up with useless crap he has mongered over time. Because I didn't mention that. My father was a salesman. He, like a door-to-door chemical salesman. he had this whole motto that I remember because I heard it a billion times of shake a hand, give a gift, get an order. And so he went to Target and would get all these like discount things on discount from their discount section. And but like literally over time he would put that in the garage and he would use those things, he would say, to be able to give as gifts for his clients. But I mean, he amassed it to the point where we had a 2-car garage in my household, and that garage had shelves in it filled with this shit. Like, I'm talking, it looked like the back room of a Walmart or the Target where he bought this stuff from. To the levels where he possibly was a hoarder. And I kind of heard later in life stuff, and we can kind of get to that in a bit. But yeah, like you couldn't use the garage in my house, and yet they ended up. So when we had cars there, we had a driveway out front. They built like an extension, a curved extension to the driveway to be able to park the car there. But it felt like all that was, while unnecessary, because we had a 2-car garage, we needed to because my dad had shit that he had to keep around, and my mom just allowed that to happen. So, she heads a chapter of a scleroderma support group. Like I said, she had scleroderma herself. A couple years ago, when trying to explain my own problems, which I knew were caused by depression, she said she wasn't able to help at all because she doesn't know anything about or understand depression and how it works. And then while watching TV, she would also make the same disgustingly shallow comments about people on TV that my father would. So that's what I had written. But like when you actually start to read between the lines on it, so what did I write? Incredibly selfish, not realizing it, interrupting conversations to be able to like say whatever it is that she feels that she needs to say, guilting others, superficiality. There's this like image that she's looking to present, and that's it. That's where I'm like, oh wait, my sister, who I learned later in life, told me that my mom was a narcissist, and I didn't realize it. I knew that my mom was an enabler to my rageaholic father. What I just didn't know about the narcissism, or I told her I didn't know, but like all of those are narcissistic qualities. Like those are textbook within there. Yeah, so that's kind of how things. I can close that document out. Don't save it. So that's what it was like being in my house. I was treated well by my mom. My dad kind of ignored the fact that I exist. Both of them let me be as a kid and let me do my own thing. I could go wherever I want and do whatever I want, and they trusted me. So to that end, things were fine. And like I said, my mom did ultimately treat me like the golden child. But again, now if you're a narcissist and you're looking to present the certain image, I think what happened is she despised at minimum one of my sisters, and saw me as like the child that she always wanted. I think that's what really happened. In fact, let's go slightly further into this, because let's math this out for a moment. Let's think this through. My mother and father were born in 1943 and 1944, right? Not respectively. My dad was born in 43 and my mom was born in 44. So let's say at 1943 minus, or I need to do this the other way. My one older sister. Oh, welcome in, Strawberry. Hope you're doing well. We're talking about some pretty hard-hitting topics, some of which you'll probably have heard from me before, but I'm having this as like a big conversation with multiple people. Just some like things that are important that I want people to hear. I want people to feel comfortable sharing their own issues. Here for a proceeding, I appreciate it. And again, this isn't a monologue. Do anyone feel free to chime in at any time. I love this to be more of a dialogue, to really discuss, the issues that you're all dealing with. But yeah, so again, so narcissistic mother, born in 1943. With my sister being born 1971, that means that my mother would have been 28 years old, 27 to 28 years old when she had my older sister, and 29 years old, excuse me, 27 to 28 for the one, and then 29 to 30 years old for my next sister. And that's, I'd say, is pretty typical. You have two children, you have those two children roughly 2 years apart. You're in your like early mid late 20s, have a child. But if my mom is let's say 27 to 28 when she has my older sister, and my older sister's 10 years older than me, that means that my mom had me when she was 37. Now, there's absolutely nothing wrong with having a child at that age, being a bit older. I know that some women start thinking about their biological clock and like start panicking. It's like, oh, well, I need to have a child. But let's say that you're such a narcissist that you're determined to have the male child that you always wanted. And so you have your intimate moment with your husband, and maybe you decide to poke a hole in the condom. And what would end up happening is you'd eventually end up having a child, and you'd name him Adam, which is my first name, and I mention it here because Adam is the first male, right? Let's start really thinking about this. It's the first male born in my family. So important that to be the first male, to name me after the first male ever. Have me 10 years on from 8 years on from your other children, only to ultimately be born and have a father that resents you the chance to name you Alpatra. So I think that's kind of the ongoing theory that we've been working on. That was one that my sister kind of brought up. I'm like, wow, you know what? That would make sense. It's like I knew why it was called Adam, but it's like, but without the like extra context of that, I'm like, oh, yeah, having a narcissist for a mom who like wants so desperately to have this male child and treat him so well, and have a father who treats me like shit the entire time. Things start suddenly making a little more sense, Sorry, no, it's fine. Again, this is all of this stuff is in the past, and I have reconciled with all of this. But it's important context that needs to be said to kind of understand, how my life has occurred and what's happened since then, and why, it's almost a good thing, right? Because I recognize that the things that my parents did, some of them were awful, and that regardless of whether you learn from your parents because your parents are good parents and they're teaching you well, or they're bad parents and you're learning from them and what not to do, at least you're learning. And so it would be, in my head, it would be a worse thing if they were bad parents and I emulated and copied them. Now, unfortunately, my middle sister, the one who's 8 years older than me, that's what I felt she did. Was that she emulated them a bit. Like, I distinctly remember when dealing with my depression in college, I eventually came back and I visited or maybe I was living with my parents again at the time. And my sister wanted to go grab a bag from Coach, and there was no Coach factory outlets. Thank you for being a U-breaker. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. Um, yeah, so my sister wanted to go grab a Coach handbag because she she again developed a bit of those like superficial again being a sycophant, being someone who wants to emulate my mom and probably more so my dad. Um, she became a bit superficial, and I ended up in a car ride with her going all the way over to Fort Myers, where the closest Coach factory outlet was from South Florida. And we drove over and we had this lengthy conversation. And I discussed my depression and what I was trying to cope with, just being in college and like laying on my bed and staring at the ceiling for 8 hours at a time and not being able to move and not being able to do anything. And I just got like the same response from my sister of, well, of a non-understanding of like, well, how can that possibly be? It's like she doesn't understand it, therefore it can't possibly happen. Or maybe because she doesn't understand it, it can't possibly be something that happens in her own family. Funny enough, later in life, that same sister, the one who's 8 years older, she ended up getting diagnosed with adult ADHD and some other issues of her own. And so there's a certain element from her where she is now self-aware, and she's like, oh, I'm doing all these things. I move a mile away from our parents and like take them out on her vacations with her husband to Disney World and on cruises and whatnot. Seen similar reactions to depression from my old circles. Can't imagine it, so it can't exist. Yeah, exactly. But I think in her case, what happened is she developed some of the sensibilities of my parents, but also like dealing with her own issues that she had to deal with for herself. She felt this need to have a sense of familiarity. And so I think that, she thinks that that's why she ended up sticking around in South Florida for so long and being a mile away. And like I said, acting like Ray Romano and Everybody Loves Raymond, just being right around our parents, even though there were such toxic people and even toxic people to her. So luckily she was eventually able to realize it. My one sister realized it ages ago. Now I do want to say, so the older of my sisters, she had moved out when she was 23 years old. That is when she got married. So in 1993, whenever it was, 93, 94. Yeah, she got married at 23 to, not only is the person she married Christian that I mentioned before, he's a pastor. So like, this is so diametrically opposed to everything that my agnostic father and Jewish mother believe in. Two things about that I want to mention. I'll get to the second one, which I have written down. The first one that I completely forgot about. So because my mom feels the need to present herself in this certain way, the argument that spawned between my eldest sister and mother about religion, about the fact, like, I knew that I was atheist pretty early on. At minimum, when I was less than 13, definitely under 13 years of age. And so they had this giant argument, and my sister's like, oh, my mom's saying, how can you abandon your Jewish heritage and blah, blah, blah. My sister saying, what are you talking about? Like, you're not even practicing. Just look at your own son. He's becoming atheist over here, and you're not doing anything about that. So why are you having this conversation with me? So from my experience and perspective, what ended up happening next was I, for some reason, had a late bar mitzvah where I, having not gone to Hebrew school, suddenly got put into Hebrew tutoring directly with a rabbi in like a quick run 6-month course. And So I studied Hebrew real quick. And it's like, oh, well, you're going to be having a bar mitzvah. I'm like, I don't want a bar mitzvah. I'm a fucking atheist. So what are you talking about? And so we went through this whole back and forth, and I'm like, fine, I will do this, but I'm literally only doing this for like the gifts, and like I we went on a cruise ship that went out from Fort Lauderdale, and so I had my bar mitzvah on a cruise, and I have pictures around somewhere that I can share one day. Had I thought about it ahead of time, I probably would have scanned them just to be able to show them here. And so, well, cool and all, to be able to go through that experience, I didn't know at the time that the only reason that was happening was because of the giant argument that had spawned between my mom and my sister. That was like the catalyst for what started all of that to begin with. So that was kind of what things were like with my parents, what it was like. I do want to stop real quickly. Is anyone getting ads, or do you have her? Are you in ads right now? A bit ironic, I guess. You were given a party but not given a chance to choose to have it. Yeah, there is a certain element of that. Because the next thing that I want to show off, not in ads right now. Here's what I'll do. I think we can just get through the last bit of this. We'll talk about it, and then before I move on to, I don't know if mods naturally don't have that. No, I believe you would still get ads. We'll try to quickly go through this. If anyone in chat starts getting ads, let me know very quickly the moment it starts happening, and we'll kind of cut to ad break and then come back. But until then, going on later in life, my one sister, who, unfortunately, like I said, she ended up having an abortion early on. Eventually, she ended up wanting kids with her husband, and then couldn't have them. So ultimately, she ended up having to adopt, and so she has two great boys and girl. They're all in their like 20s, something like that right now. But they're my nieces and nephews. They are all great. My other sister doesn't want any kids. I don't want any kids, so technically my lineage is going to end up dying with me, at least from the paternal patriarchal perspective. Keeping my last name, essentially, since my sister obviously changed her last name when she got married. So yes, but my elder sister, who has these 3 kids, she tried many times to talk to my mom and share her life, but like my mom wasn't having any of it. My dad was, I mean, again, he's rageaholic and way too opinionated, so he was never gonna do anything. I love my mom was always like, my sister could always pick up the phone. Apparently, my sister did pick up the phone to try to call, but those calls just. They tried, and they were just never able to reconcile between the two of them. My other sister, like I said, went so many years expending her own energy to the point where her mental suffered. Again, this is the one who eventually got diagnosed with adult ADD. She tried so hard with my parents for such a long period of time, and doing all these things for them, but my parents are vile and toxic, and they started rubbing off on her to the point where she couldn't tolerate it anymore. So by the time that my parents, once they were in late age, they eventually got to the point where all 3 of their children had gone full no contact with them. My mom, it wasn't so much that I went no contact, because again, I personally didn't have any issues with my mom because she treated me like the golden child. The only thing that really happened with her was that eventually her mental started deteriorating. But the last time that I got to see her, I think, was in 2016. She came here to Portland. She got to visit me, and she got to see that things were going well, and she got to see how gorgeous this area was, and we had a great time. She brought my father along, and that part wasn't great, but but I otherwise had a good last memory with my mother being around. And so once her mental started deteriorating, my one sister, the middle child sister, tried saying, "Oh well, if you ever want to see your mom again, come down to Florida and make sure to see her." I'm like, why would I want to see her in this condition? The last memory that I have of my mom was a good one, and so at least that's how things kind of eventually ended with my mom. Um, my dad, however, I went full no contact with. My one sister went full. Eventually, both my other sisters went full no contact because they were also of the realization of just how toxic it was. I mean, of course, they had to know a bit. They heard the same yelling and screaming in our household that I heard as a kid. So, with all of that stated, is everyone ready to read the most batshit insane thing that has ever happened in someone's will? Because when someone writes their will, those end up going online. If you look up at the local circuit court, once they're filed, you get to see them there, so that way it's in public record, so that way people know who's going to be getting each of these assets. Now, mind you, I had to find out about this after the fact. I want to say that my mom died in something like 2022 or 2023. And so she dies in the hospital after. I can go into that. It's kind of irrelevant. But my dad, who's now no contact with anyone, doesn't tell me, doesn't tell my sisters. I have no fucking clue that my own mother's passed away. My dad himself passed away last year. Earlier this year. And quite frankly, good riddance. So I have both their wills. So like I said, I already told you my sister got married, moved out, age 23. So let's go ahead and pull up my mom's will. I have blanked it out except for my name of Adam in there. So there won't be anything incriminating within there. Let me see here. Let us hide this. Photos again. So this is the most Disney villain-esque batshit thing I've ever read in someone's will. Transition. Okay. So, I give and devise all the rest residue and the remainder of my estate, real, personal, and mixed, whenever situated, to my husband, and then my dad's name, if he survives me, or, if not, to my children, my middle child sister, and me, Adam, in equal shares. My daughter, my elder sister, chose the life she leads with her husband and his family, having barely any contact with her maternal family. Since she felt no need to share her life with us, I feel no need to give her an equal share of my estate. Instead, I leave her $23 to represent her age when she started breaking my heart. If any of my children should predecease me, his or her share of my residuary estate shall be distributed to his or her lineal descendants who survive me in equal shares per stripes, or if none to my lineal descendants who survive me in equal shares. Your willingness to share all this publicly. Yeah, I can't, like I said, I couldn't write up a Disney villain that writes a more evil, devious bullshit thing in her will. I have a very good relationship with that sister, even though she is of completely different religion than me. She has completely different politics than me, everything. We still talk to each other all the time. Disney villain is hilarious. It blows my fucking mind. How can you be so goddamn petty in the last bit of your life that you're like, okay, I need to have the last word here. This is what I need to make sure that the world knows, and it needs to be written down. So that's what my mom ultimately left to my sister. We can hide that. So, and again, my mom died first. My father ended up passing away 2-3 years after that. For him, did your parents ever ask any of you why you went no contact? Or did they it seemingly they just accepted because they never called me back. Well, my mom, again, I had a decent enough relationship with her, but eventually her mental just vanished. She ended up having whatever she had. Let me read this one really, really quick. I have, through separate instrument documents and processes, including deeds and blah, 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 I have voluntarily, knowingly, and intentionally omitted any gift, device, or bequest with regard of all my assets to relatives, including my adult children, my 2 sisters, and me, as well as any and all relatives not specifically named in this last will and testament and is their beneficiary of my estate. Yeah, like, is there something we did wrong ever crossed there? Yeah, so exactly that. It can't possibly be their own fault. It has to be. Even though there's 3 of us and all 3 of us went no contact, it couldn't possibly be them that are the problem. It must be 3 people having a mass delusion together, right? Okay, so your sister said what she said. No, so unfortunately, you have to think of the order of those 2 wills. My mom said that my sister gets $23 if she dies. If my dad dies first, then my mom gives $23 to my one sister and then splits the rest of her estate, including the house that I was born in and whatnot, between my other sister and me, and we would have 50% of everything. That's not what happened. What ended up happening instead is my mother ended up dying first, and my father, because only the good die young, and he's an evil person, so he died later. My father ends up getting everything that my mom left when she died. My father, who's no contact with all of us, doesn't send anything to the rest of us. So, the order of operation. Yeah. So, I got fucking nothing. My other sister, who dealt with everything that she's had, I mean, both my sisters, who had to deal with all the same shit, got nothing out of anything. And so that's definitely not what we did wrong. I was more wondering what's wrong with the 3 of you type question. Yeah. So like I said, struggling a bit financially right now. That's a bit that I'm not. That's just money that's I'll never get to see, and like just ended up going to my dad's cousin and friends, quote unquote, that were nearby, etc. Okay, because I do not want, because I want this to be a continuous dialogue, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go to ads. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad break. We'll watch some clips. I'm going to turn down and pause the music. We'll reset the song right afterwards. So let's go to a 3-minute ad break. We'll watch some clips. We'll come back, and then we'll continue having this conversation. I just want to say I appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate, that this is a wildly different stream that I go through, but I'm very happy that you're all here. So, like I said, let's head to ads, and we'll be back in just a bit.
And I'll pull you, I guess.
Here we go.
Oh,
There's a 2.
there we go.
Oh, there's a whole opening.
Okay.
Get in.
Gotta go.
Oh, this is
Where
trippy.
am I?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
That's
Oh no, I'm coming down.
Ah!
oh,
Ah!
oh,
Oh no!
Hell yes. Hell
Wait, I
yes.
am a mummy.
Wow.
you were right there too.
So good.
There we go.
Oh,
It's
nope.
not even connected.
It is not connected. Yep.
Now
Oh
it
my
is.
god. Oh god.
Faster. Called it.
Oh, okay. But yeah, you apparently need
not
to
enough height.
let go at the correct time. Oh god!
Yeah. Is this
Oh,
the end?
God!
Is this the end? Oh, that works too. Just completely demolished the entire level.
I
Oh
am
my
standing
goodness.
right in front of that.
That was crazy.
Oh. Okay.
God.
I didn't even get a
Nice.
kill.
Uh-huh. I did. On me. Yep, great. Yeah. Thanks, Sam. Okay. Sorry, but all I was saying. Thank you for letting me know the microphone was off. All I was saying is that it looks like I have another like 3.5 minutes before I can run an ad break. There's going to be a 3-minute ad that I'm going to run after that, so we're actually looking at like 6.5 minutes for anyone to see. That's a good read list. So yeah, it's actually going to be closer to 6 minutes. So everyone kind of like get up, take a stretch, make sure to hydrate. Go cool time for another. Yeah, exactly. Go grab everything. So it'll be roughly 6 minutes total that we're gonna watch these clips, and then I'll be back right after that. The timing really kills me over there because I don't know. Uh oh. I don't know what's too early, what's too late. I don't have a telegraph yet. Like this, I have a telegraph of I want to stand to the left of the. There's 2 big lines below me. This vertical line, that's directly below me right now, and a horizontal line, on this line that I'm at, with a big square. So I want to stand just to the left of this to be able to do that dash. So because I have that telegraph, I can easily do this over and over. But I don't have any telegraph I've given myself. Doesn't matter. Easy. Forget everything I just said. That was easy.
Ask me to say this out
Yeah,
loud.
that's the one we had before.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hello. Oh, but you still have to fucking putt to get from place to place?
Oh. No.
Oh, that was so well done.
Oh,
Okay, but like, you know, what'd be really cool right now is if Breaker's entire tower just fell over.
That'd be amazing right now.
That
Breaker,
would be
come on. For the
so
content.
cool. Yeah.
Oh god.
For the content, Breaker.
Oh,
for the
yeah,
content! For the content! For the content! Let's go!
Yep.
Got it.
Oh, okay. I have a ton of arrows, so just like come over to me.
Yeah, red will need them.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thank you.
How much time do you have to get back in after you get knocked out?
Until you die. I don't know how much time that is. Nope!
Whoops. So, that thing that I was trying to do?
Yep. You did it.
Ow.
Successfully. But wrong person.
Let's see what I can do.
Breaker!
Yeah.
Breaker!
Okay.
No! Why? Why the freak to mine? Breaker's using weighted bullets.
Okay.
I need to stop worrying if I'm running out of stamina. I think that's my problem, is I'm too worried about stamina at that particular point. There! I beat it! I beat it with 2 minutes to spare!
I got you. Ah, I have you. Good work, good work. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Oh.
Good work.
I'm
Yeah,
like
that-
twisted.
You must go forward,
I'm-
child.
I'm stuck.
Here,
I'm
let go
going
with your
forward.
right.
I
Okay.
am let
There you
go.
go.
Oh my god!
She'll help you.
Ah!
Okay, that worked great, actually.
Help me!
I don't know where I went, but like, good shit.
Oh, you know the other thing it could be that they're trying to indicate to me? It could be as simple as this. Aha! So now, I could do the same over here, starting from here. Well, because I noticed that I essentially made most of that pattern, and I could make the same pattern by doing that. Alright, complete the plateaus area. Just got the achievement for it. Cool. Alright, that mostly fundamentally made sense in my head.
Oh god. Oh my god. Oh. Missile.
Were you trying to
No, the
freeze him
box.
backwards?
Where am I?
Oh, dude.
Oh, jeez.
I think that's the smallest window we've had.
Yep. Infinite toasts. Yeah. It literally infinite toasts.
Muffin? No, wait, toast button!
Yeah, I see what you're doing, Burger.
Uh-huh.
But look at the door. You opened our door.
No, it's fine. Everything's... Oh, God. Why did you put it over there?
Oh, your infinite toasting opened our door.
Damn it. The last one is like a screaming face made out of squares with two little tufts of hair.
Okay, I have your book now.
Alright, what's the instructions?
Starting in the far west, take 2 steps northbound, head east twice.
Alright, done. Next.
Then after moving north 2 times, one can head for the door after taking 1 step towards the western wall.
So that's 2 steps north, 1 step west, and then north to the door?
I'm not sure.
Alright, that's what I'm about to try. Yep, that works. Alright, escape from the dark hallway. We are in the next section. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, just had to grab some smart food popcorn. just to, like, be able to get something into my system for right now. Refill my water. We're stretched. We are hydrated. Like I said, oh, Gamara, welcome in, Berta. Unfortunately, you missed me revealing the batshit shit that my parents did when I was a kid. I'm sure Jack can keep you caught up on it. But yeah, yeah, essentially, it was just the culmination of me sharing my parents' wills, which has one of the most batshit insane things that I've ever read inside of it. So, I guess I'll watch it. Yeah. In general, I want to say this is going to be a good VOD to watch later. Even better to actually be here, just because, again, this is a whole dialogue. I do want people participating in the conversation. With that stated, socials. There's my Linktree. Linktree takes you to my YouTube. I always export my VODs to my YouTube, so that you can watch them all there. So let's turn the music back on, because otherwise it's going to be very silent in here. I think this is the song we were on. Again, the playlist is going to repeat over the course of the day today. I only made the 9 or so songs. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, there's 10 songs in it. Just 10 songs you're just going to be hearing a lot. But yeah, welcome, Roberto. So where were we? So we talked about my parents. Let's kind of talk then about school and making friends and keeping friends and how that kind of ended up working for me. Hopefully Had is still here to oh boy, school. Yeah, I'd love to hear other people's experiences. So for me, my experience was the thing I went to about a dozen of. Yeah, fair. to move myself over. So school for me, here's what ended up happening is, like I said, it was noticed pretty early on that I had gifted intellect, so I went and took the test. I think I tested at 130 or 135. Essentially, it was like the minimum amount of IQ that you need to be able to get into the gifted program, into Mensa, just to be able to be called gifted. And so obviously there's like an attachment there with my narcissistic mom of, well, that solidifies her like golden child status for me. But also it means that this is just like a side tangent. I have like a certain amount of having to deal with what's it called? With the word potential. It's like that. Well, I'm gifted, therefore I can do anything, right? Because I have the potential to be able to do anything. And trying to like constantly fulfill potential, that's some shit to have to deal with for a long period of time. But the actual point that I wanted to make about it is that because I went in so early, it meant that I went into the gifted program early through school. Except my mom and the possibly teachers, or maybe it was just my mom, noticed that in English I wasn't really that interested in reading. And like, that's kind of held true to this day. I don't really read. I could probably name the like 20 or less books that I've read in my lifetime, most of which have been in school, and I've actually written that list somewhere, so I could tell you exactly what books I read in school, much less the few that I've chosen to. The purpose is that in school I ended up being put into regular English class, I believe advanced math class, gifted for other stuff like chemistry and geography and whatever else, and then later AP classes. Well, when you're trying to form friendships, and when you're a kid, that's the only place that you're gonna be forming friends is when you're at school. You're gonna start making friends with the people who you're seeing all the time. But the thing is, I'm not seeing everyone all the time, because I'm going off to like 20 different styles of classes, and each one has different people in it, different kids in it. Each of those kids, is like, all the regular kids stay in regular, all the advanced kids stay in advanced, and all the gifted kids stay in gifted. But I'm fucking all over the place. Even more to the point, my birthday, you may realize, just from like, you realize that my birthday streams are typically around late May and early June, places me in an age bracket where I could either be the oldest kid in the class or the youngest kid in the class. And for whatever the reasons were that they were chosen, I ended up being the youngest kid in my classes that are different classes for every time that I go somewhere. So, I just realized that I have it so that way my music will keep popping stuff up on the bottom right, and it has a little Christmas app. Just distracted me for a moment. So, that was my like general experience. Is like, I try to make friends, but like, you're trying to make friends with kids who have something in common and who you're seeing all the time. But I'm not seeing these kids all the time. I see them for the 1 hour or 45 minutes, however long a class is, and then I go on, and now it's like a new group of kids, and all of them are older than me. I mean, obviously not much older, within a year's time, but like, when you're a kid, a single year's difference is a lot. So, lunch periods would come up, and you go to lunch and you go to the cafeteria. Well, it gets worse. So, again, I mean, you can see me smiling. Like I said, I processed all of this. It's like, it's a long time ago. I'm not gonna be sad about what happened back then. You can only learn from your past, right? So lunch breaks would come along, and no matter what you do or try, everyone's going to form their own cliques in the lunchroom. And so everyone who is friends with each other is going to sit with each other. Well, I don't really have a clique, right? Like, I know it's one of these weird things where I know everyone and everyone knows me because I'm in everyone's classes. You might, like, someone who's in the gifted program might not even know who the kids who are in the regular class because they don't see them all the time. So it's like they're living these like disparate lives. Whereas I know fucking everyone in the world, but I'm not forming any like genuine connections with anyone. Would probably say that's similar as to me moving around from place to place growing up. Rarely had more than a year with any other kids to actually become good friends with. Right, at least until high school when we settled in the city for the last few years of my primary education. Yeah, exactly. And that's a decent time to start making friends, because I say that because there's not that many people, I would say, who are still friends with the people that they're friends with from elementary and possibly middle school. If you are friends with someone from when you were a kid, it tends to this is a blanket statement, but it tends to be that you stick around with friends from high school or later. So that helps. But yes, similar, where it's like, how are you supposed to make friends when you're like being put in all of these, when you're being pulled from one place to another, and you're not being given the opportunity to like form an actual connection with other people. And so like that's true for me. Like, I would venture to say that growing up through my childhood, there's no one who, everyone has their best friends, and even like today they might still have someone who they call their best friend, but I don't know that I'm like anyone's best friend. I know everyone, and I've always known everyone. I'm also part of some advanced classes too, so I can relate to that part. But yeah, but yeah, I don't know if there's a person out there who'd be like, oh yeah, this is my buddy Breaker / Adam. He's my best friend. It's like, it's not from not wanting to be. It's just that's how things ultimately ended up working out. You'd think that here's something else that I put in the other window that I can share. So one of the other things from my parents that I didn't get to before, my parents were, well, my mom anyway. My dad, like I said, was a chemical salesman, door to door. I never actually mentioned what my mom did for work. So my mom worked as a legislative aide for various senators and representatives in the state of Florida for most of my life when I was around there. So, and actually, after my father, like I said, my mother passed away first. When my father passed away, it gave my sister access to our house temporarily, because she actually got chatting to the person who my dad gave our house to. And all my sister said is she just wants to go in and be able to get some of the pictures that we had left behind, just like salvage the little bits of like sentimentality that were around there. Took several honors and AP classes in high school. Most of us managed to be buddies for the duration of the courses. We all sort of scattered after graduation, not many, if at all, lasting connection. Right. Yeah, so to this whole point, like I said, my mom works as a legislative aide for the senators and representatives. They have legislative session every March or whenever it was. And so she would go off to Tallahassee for the legislative session. I would end up eventually having my spring break around then, 1 week off. But it's not like I have friends around that I'm talking to, that I'm looking forward to seeing. Again, I'm not really forming strong bonds and social connections with anyone. So let me pull this up. Into the video wall. Let's take the will off real quick. I know you can't see this yet. I'll transition in just a moment. Also, I should mention, just so you could see it. So, like I said, I was able to gain access to some of the photos from when I was a kid. That apparently. Oh, also hold on. Let me go back to the other screen. Fun photos. Thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, let me head back to that screen. The video wall. Yeah, so that's what I looked like as a kid. For those curious, also, I actually have a couple evolution of the channel. Breaking Smile. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was a cute little kid. And just so you can see, just because I forgot to bring it up earlier, like, this would be my father back there. I would venture to say it's probably him in his like early 50s, so only a few years older than me. But, I mean, if you really look at it and look at my face right now, like I am like slowly transmorphing into him and with his face. Yeah, you can see it. Yeah. There was a thing at a science museum once where two people would sit across from each other at this desk, and the desk had a mirror in the middle of it. But the mirror was like slats, like if you think of window blinds. Imagine every other window blind was gone, and in between was mirrors. So you would see what half your face looked like, with the other face from the other person on the other side. My father and I sat across from one another in this little sciencey thing, and looked, and it was just the same person on either side of this fucking mirror. But yeah, so that'd be my father. My mom, like I said, she would go to legislative session, was working for the Florida legislature. So, like, here's a picture of me with my mom, then Governor Lawton Chiles. I know bocce ball is such a good. Yes. I will say, like, that's one of like those few happy memories I remember as a kid, was playing bocce. Since my dad had all this like shit he was keeping around in the garage, he had a bunch of bocce balls as one of the gifts he would like give people. And excuse me. And so yeah, we just had a bocce set to be able to play at the park, and that was one of our rituals for Christmas. Is every Christmas we would go out to a public park, because public parks were open, and then order Chinese food in the evening. Also, those are my actual parents. The one that I wanted to bring up now was this. So that's me. During spring breaks that I was talking about, I would go visit my mom up in Tallahassee. And I was part of first the PAGE program and then the Messenger program. The PAGE program was one where you inside the House of Representatives or in the Senate, there'd be kids younger than this who would go inside. Every time that one of the representatives would press a little button on their desk, cool side of the group. Oh, funny. I actually had some very, very nifty ties back then. We can go back to this now that you've like physically seen that. Yeah, so the pages were when you would go into the main chamber, there'd be a bunch of kids who were sitting near the front door, and the representatives, if they wanted, let's say they wanted water, coffee, soda, whatever, or if they had a document that they needed from their office that would come from the outside, they would need someone to deliver it up to where they were at. So they'd press this little button that would light up. It would light up a switchboard of lights in front of where the kids were sitting. And then there was this adult there who would be like, all right, you're up next. You're the next page to go. And then you'd go up and ask them what they needed, and then grab them water, their drink, their paperwork, whatever. The picture that you just saw was when I was in the Messenger program. So the Messenger program was, they were the ones who would go up and down the state capitol to the actual offices themselves any time that one of the representatives or the senators needed actual documents from their office. The messengers went up. They were like gophers, essentially. You would go up, grab the documents, go down the elevator, go back to the chamber, hand it to one of the pages, etc. But as a result of that, it's just more. It's just another way to take me out of the like pool of time where I'm able to like formulate any kind of relationships with other people, right? Like, yeah, us in the page and messenger program talk to each other, but we were only there for a week, so you can only make friends for so long, and they don't necessarily live near you. They're from kids from who are usually like the sons and daughters and whatnot of other legislative aides and other representatives. So, and they might live 4 hours away. I live in South Florida. Florida's a very big state. You get from where I was in South Florida to the Panhandle, it's like 5 or 6 hours, something like that. So, yeah, so those kids I knew for the little bit, but that was it. I'm not hanging around in South Florida still, so I'm not hanging out and making any friends down in Florida. At least during that time. I'm not hanging out with anyone during that time. So, yeah, and so, like I said, so there was all that. Like I said, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier. Lunch breaks would come along. Everyone had their cliques. I would sit in the hallway in front of the next class that I had to go to. And just wait for the next class to begin. I don't even remember if I ate lunch. Like, I have such little memories of any of that. And so, yeah, I think that's kind of, I think that's most of the friendship portion I wanted to discuss. So, like even today, and Strawberry will know, because Strawberry is someone that I know in person, so is an IRL friend. But like I met her through one of our previous workplaces. Excuse me. You know, like most of my friend group, who are all my IRL friends right now, are only because of work. Like, it's been so hard otherwise trying to find other friends, and like as an adult, where do you find friends? And then even having the friends that I have, trying to like gather people together to do stuff, it's like the most it's such a struggle on like a day-to-day not a day-to-day basis. So I've done Puzzle Pint here. That's the like puzzles that I do every month. And frankly, most of my IRL friends are from work too, and I had a huge community growing up. When I left those circles, work friends were all that I had. Yeah, because again, like how do you make friends as an adult now, right? And we'll talk about some of that, because like Sean and I are friends, and we met through other means. But that's literally a couple topics from now that we will discuss. But yeah, so I run Puzzle Pint. Puzzle Pint is no lie, work friends so far have been the best friends. So great. Yes, yeah, Strawberry is someone who I would have met years and years and years ago. And the people who were at that workplace, which I'm not going to name to not dox either of us, but the people who she and I both met there, we both talk to all the time. Yeah, same. I have less than 5 friends I keep in touch with from my schooling, including through college. The rest have been from work and streaming. Heck, I met my partner through streaming. Yeah. Yeah, and so we're going to discuss the like specific streaming portion in just a bit. But yeah, but just trying to like get to gather friends together to do things. One of my friends is very good in that he runs a work from home that Strawberry and I go to on whatever Fridays. That it's hard to bond with people who don't suffer for hours in the same place. Yeah, true. Yeah, and it doesn't help in my case. Like, there's certain people in chat who will know that I'll Discord message them. It might be at noon. It might be at 3:45 in the morning. I'm like, so, like, I've always been a night owl to begin with, but I'm like, it's particularly hard to that point of like, how am I gonna like talk to others when I'm keeping such wildly different hours also from everyone else? And so what was the sorry, just looking over my notes really quickly. Oh yeah, the Puzzle Pint. So Puzzle Pint is a specific activity that I do every month with my IRL friends. Speaking of suffering back to work, I appreciate you being here, Buff. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, so Puzzle Pint, it's a thing where you go to a new bar every single month, and at that bar you do a bunch of paper puzzles. They give you, of course, and you do 4 puzzles, and then you answer them, and then you take the answers, go up to there's like one table, hand it in. When you're right, they give you another puzzle, you do that. When you hand that one in, they give you a bonus puzzle, and then you do that. We've done 3 of them on this stream before. First off, it keeps ending up that Puzzle Point keeps, instead of doing it at a different bar each month, they keep choosing the same 2 bars, and one of them is far more convenient for me, so I keep ending up heading to that one, number 1, which is slightly inconvenient for some of the people that I invite. Number 2, just like constantly trying to wrangle people together for that. It's just, I'm not going to use the word draining, but it's just like anyone who runs a D&D group or anyone who runs any of their own events that they're trying to run can probably relate to it, where it's like trying to find a time when like everyone can actually make it and not have to make their double booked D&D or double booked therapist appointment or whatever else. It's just like a struggle, and it's like the one and only time where I'm just trying to gather people together. Luckily, I invite enough people that there's always like roughly two at minimum who accept and come out with me. So I'm insanely grateful that it worked, that part of it has worked out that way. I'm not going to blame anyone for the double bookings or anything. I'm not complaining about that portion of it. We have done sessions weekly for 3 years, and it only failed a few times. Oh, thank God. That honestly sounds awesome. It's just, yeah, people have their own lives and their own interests. I also understand from my perspective that puzzles are my thing. You might have, for those who were around for the ad break, you might notice the sheer number of like puzzle video games that ended up coming up during that. So that's like a personal thing for me. So that is what is important to me. But I can't force someone else to like have the same level of interest or enthusiasm for something that I distinctly am interested in. Like I said, the only thing that I care about is that I'm actually able to gather people together. It's like that's just something I enjoy doing. I like being a facilitator of group activities and of gathering people together and just like having a good time. I probably, that's one thing I do have a picture of that I probably should share. I have like a giant bar even at my place. I'm not that much of a drinker, but the only reason why I have the bar is to be able to make drinks for others should I ever hold any kind of like game night here. Because for those who have been to my birthday streams before, you'll know that I play a bunch of like 4-player video games all day. But we'll kind of talk about this a little later in the stream. But those games all came about from me playing them in real life with other friends. So that's all I want to do is I just want to gather people together. I just want to like. I'm constantly trying to find ways where I can, for someone who had such troubles trying to form just meaningful bonds as a kid and like growing up as an adult and working through that, trying to get people together just to gather together, have fun, be silly, etc. So yeah, I think that's the main thing there. other notes. The next section of notes is actually pretty short, relatively. And I don't know that I necessarily knew where to put it in here, but essentially, there's life philosophies that have come about. They're my own like personal tenets, my personal life philosophies. But I needed to say all the context I said earlier of my parents, of friendships, of everything, because it's gonna start making sense when I describe this. Like, oh, okay, well, I understand. That's why what he believes the things that he does and why he does the things he does. First and foremost, absolutely more than anything else, friends are more important to me than family. I understand those who have particularly strong familial bonds, and I love my sister, the one who's 10 years older than me. Again, we don't talk all the time, but we do make sure that she and I stay in touch every couple months at least. Give a quick text, and we'll have like a phone call that'll last for a couple hours. But ultimately, like, you don't get to choose who your family is. You very much get to choose who your friends are, though. Makes sense to me. Friends are the exactly. Friends are the people you choose. You know, they're the ones who you're dedicating your time to. You're like, this is someone who is worth my time to be able to be with them, to help them out. But at the same time, you know, that you know, I can help them out, they can help me. That you're able to support one another. So like when I do form friends with someone, I try to keep it as like the strongest possible bond. No, it's challenging to keep friendships as adults. Everyone's got different schedules and goals, but it's so worth the effort to stay in touch. It's wonderful to do life alongside it. Yeah. I was on the last therapist that I had. That was something that I kind of talked about with her. It's like, yes, if I wanted, I could go out to a movie, for example. A movie is an activity that is, not that it's personal, but if you go out to a movie theater, you're supposed to stay quiet, stare straight forward, not chat with the person who you're next to. Watch the movie, experience the movie, take it in, and then leave the movie theater afterwards. So that is, everything that I said there is something you could fundamentally do by yourself, right? But that experience is enriched by having someone who you go with. Now, both of you have experienced that together. Both of you can both leave the movie theater together. Both of you can now discuss the movie that you saw and how you felt about it and how it affected you. Or it was a terrible movie. And seriously, now we can talk about what we saw together and interesting things that occurred along the way. Yeah. Like the way that one lady in row 5 was. Yeah, and that was the other thing I was going to say. Is maybe it was a terrible movie, right? And that's fun to talk about too, right? It's just nice to have someone that, even if it's like a personal experience at the time, it's something that you can bond over, that you can like formulate a bond in additional friendship with someone over it. So yeah, like I said, it's just sorry, I'm looking at my cat who has not been using her litter box properly recently, and she's on my bed, so I might have to jump the gun for a quick second. We'll see. Actually, let me do that just in case. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Figure has to serendip out for a moment. Oh, what did we catch pup time with this time? Oh, party time. Nice. Yeah, funny enough, I never bring it up in here, but the person who makes the pup time bot actually made a specific command just for me, and I got to watch it as they were making it on their stream. But if you ever type cup time, it typically pulls up at minimum 2, sometimes 3 of my emotes, as well as some other like cups and mugs and whatnot. Anyway, this is a complete side tangent. So going back to talking about some general philosophies. So yeah, so my friends are like I said, once I form a friendship, that is the most important thing for me is like keeping and maintaining that friendship, and like I'll do whatever I can to support my friends because of their general importance. On similar lines to that, there's something that I actually didn't really learn about myself until my ex-wife. And again, like I said, she and I talk all the time. So there's a philosophy she had, and I'm like, oh, you know what? You're right. So time. You have many resources in life. You have money. Again, while I struggle with finances right now, hopefully eventually that gets fixed. Hopefully I get a job, and then that's not that big a deal. Your friendships, your social relationships, your intimate relationships, like all these things are things that'll kind of come and go over time. But time is a finite resource. You have from now until you pass, and so you need to decide how it is that you're going to spend what time you have. It very much goes alongside that whole point about friends, is that again, your friends are people who they are choosing this finite resource that they have. They're choosing to spend it with you, whether it's talking to you, checking in on you, going out with you to like some event that you're going to, whatever it is. And so that's something I'm very conscious of all the time. It's just thinking about that and being like, oh yeah, because some people might get an imposter syndrome of, oh, well, why do these people possibly want to be around me? But like, you just have to like step back for a moment and think, no, why would I ask myself that? Why someone would want to be around you, regardless of what the reason is? They're using their time, and they're choosing to be around you, and so that whole concept became once I like realized that, it became very important to me. It's like, oh right, people choose however they want to spend their time, and so I am always appreciative, incredibly appreciative whenever I get to hang out with friends, whenever I'm in Twitch chat here and people are hanging out here. Glad I got to spend some time with you this morning, Breaker. Gotta do some more Christmas shopping. Glad to catch you. Yeah, of course. Like I said, I will have this VOD up afterwards, so do feel free. I think the rest of the conversation will still be a good combo. I think it'll still be worth watching for later. I'll setting out. No, same for you, Frozen. I appreciate you being here. So yeah, take care. Yep, you both as well. Other things, other tenets which I live by. So after describing my parents earlier, who, like I said, my father bragged about how good he was at lying just to be able to make sales, and having to like listen to my parents and like the garbage comments they were making every time that they would watch like the Oscars and talk about people's dresses and their faces and their whatever. I very much took on board 3 base tenets for myself. One were to be honest whenever I can be, and so like I said, pinned message here, hence the ask me anything today. Feel free to ask me anything, and I'll try to answer as honestly and openly as possible. It's it's something I feel like I just don't get to do often on this stream. Not for any particular reason other than I'm usually so focused and concentrated on the game that I'm playing that we haven't really had an opportunity before today to have this like more longer serious conversation. Second tenet to that though is diplomacy. And what I mean by that is just because you're thinking something in your head, just because you want to be honest with other people, doesn't mean that you have to say the thing that you're thinking. A good example of that came up in a stream that I was talking about in a stream about a female's stream. Essentially, the female in question, it was someone who they were playing games. The game itself doesn't have like Breaker's preaching. Continue. The game that this girl was playing is one that's not very popular, but like she was incredibly popular at the time. Apparently, she had a low cut top on and blah 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 blah. In an effort to gain additional viewers. Someone in her chat came in like, oh yeah, I know you're playing this game, whatever, but I'm just here to look at your tits. Like, yeah, I get it. And obviously, if it's some girl wearing a low-cut top or whatever, blah, 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 she understands fully well what she's doing, too, to be able to gain her viewership. And that's fine. It doesn't mean that just because you're thinking something like that, it needs to be said. It doesn't. Like, some things can just go unsaid. Whether it's something like just in real life, you think that someone is fat, you think someone's whatever, you don't need to say her knowing risk doesn't make the act okay. Yeah, my point is that there's no need for someone in chat to like so obviously call all of that out. Be like, oh well, you have a OnlyFans command or whatever it is. Like, who cares? If she does, she knows what she's doing, and that's fine. My point is, you don't need to like say the first thing that you say that pops into your head. If it's like crass, out of line, if it's etc. So while I am honest, I do make sure that I think that's the specific result of I've been prone to stick my foot in my mouth in the past, and so you'll oftentimes see me pausing and like really thinking about what it is that I want to say or I'm trying to say, and that's a habit that I've developed over time, and it has to do with me like thinking to myself, is this something that I want to be said, that I want to be said out of my mouth? Do I feel it needs to be said? Do I feel the other person who I'm saying it to wants to hear it, etc. So that's kind of like my second one is diplomacy, and then the last one is that is non-superficiality, because like I said, just having to hear that over and over from my parents from like such an early age, like I could tell that it was that like, no, this isn't how normal people act in good company. Like, and it goes very much with that whole diplomacy thing that I just mentioned a moment ago. It's like, if someone's fat, so what? If someone is old and wrinkly, they're whatever. Like, everyone had, like, especially for the fat thing, like, I'm fat, that was another thing I didn't bring up before, because you only ever see my head in these streams, right? But if I were to bring up in the video wall, let me hide this. Like, this is from a puzzle event that I went to back in September. So that's like me. Well, you know, I'm 5'7" and 275-ish, 280 some odd pounds. So like that's my actual full body shot. So you can see. I'm not in general not afraid to be able to see it. Again, I hang out with people IRL all the time. They have to see me that way too. But you know, different people have different things that they're coping with. In my case, obviously, I'm pretty honest about the fact that I have to deal with diabetes. That's a genetic condition. I ended up getting it from my father. But like, you know, I've just had a lifetime of all the things that I said now. It's gonna stress you out over time, and it's gonna make you, you know, want to eat as like a comfort. So that's just, you know, one of my demons. One of the things that I deal with. I'm accepting of it, but it's not like, oh well, I'm fat and I want to be fat. I'm luckily I'm healthy, because going to the doctor, you know, we check with my diabetes, and actually my numbers for it are as good as they've ever been. They have me on heart meds, they have me on cholesterol meds, like on all of that fun stuff. But yeah, if you didn't know what my weight was, you wouldn't, and you just like read on a piece of paper about my health, you'd think, oh, you wouldn't think any differently at the time. So, yeah. So those are like the three basics. Honesty, diplomacy, non-superficiality. And then the last one that'll be a bit more relevant for talking about later is that I personally, with my atheism, I don't believe in life after death as a result of that. And when you combine it with the fact of time being a finite resource, it means that I have a this one isn't a philosophy, this is more, it's not even general belief, but essentially it has turned me into being slightly materialist and looking towards things that I can utilize my time on earth with that are enjoyable. So whether it is hanging out with friends, whether it is, you know, just having being the person with the most toys. You know, like I said, I worked my way up over time. Work is going to be the next thing that I talk about anyway. But you know, I had a good job when I had my last job, or I guess I could call it a career. I have a good career. I just don't have a job yet. And I do that. I went through the efforts to making sure that I had a good job, so that way I could buy all the toys. You know, I have all these like weird electronics around. My apartment here has a whole bunch of like Philips Hue light bulbs attached in it, which costs me well more than normal light bulbs should cost, just so I can like switch lights on and off. You never actually get to see it because my purple webcam background here. But I have all kinds of like nifty things that I've managed to keep around here. But yeah, like I said, that kind of segues pretty well into work and what happened through there. Also, just to check in, I know Berto's here. Is anyone else around here? The specific reason I ask is because I see that I have the opportunity where I can run a 3-minute ad break again. So, and before we go on to the next topic, what I might do, I guess regardless, just because I know that I can, I'm going to go ahead and run another. This time I'm just going to run the 3-minute ad break. So again, we'll watch some clips. I'm going to run the 3-minute ads, and then we'll be back right after that one.
Or is it different now?
Oh, you son of
Sorry, I had to.
toxic asshole.
I had to try.
I saw it too.
Yep, buy swag. Oh, Bye, City. Sorry. City, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, not today.
Oh, no.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, that's me! No, I thought it was you! Ah!
You push off!
Damn.
Literally just pushed all three of you off the level.
Yeah. You bully. Not even dodgeball anymore.
Referee!
Alright, well, like one more good barrage should do it. We'll teleport up here for now. Well, actually, we're gonna try getting a hit from this side. Yeah, hit. There we go. Alright, now we only need to do the one hit from the bottom left here. Which should be coming up right here. And... GG's. Whew. Yep.
Alright.
Those are mine.
Oh!
Nope. Okay. I think those comms may have come in a little too late.
They don't look like mine.
Awesome.
Probably should have started with the first level first.
Oh. No. This is much better. Okay, so now it's both of your analog sticks to control.
Wow. Both and jumping and stuff? How do you do like
Hold on.
actions and stuff?
Yeah, I don't even know how to jump yet.
The jump button becomes like this.
The fling button.
Yeah, so it's okay. The triggers are each individual sticks.
Yeah.
How do I jump?
Yeah, the different triggers are still the.
Oh, the bumpers are the individual jumps.
Alright, this is not working.
This is
yeah.
actually very confusing.
Yeah. This is actually a nightmare. What is this place? This is the shop. It doesn't look like the shop. Do I look like a shopkeeper? Yes. Anyways, so I'm this mystic. I'm this mystic character who will be mentoring and supporting you on your epic quest to save the world. All you need to do is take the scroll to the top of the faraway mountain with 3 sages. My order will be waiting for you. Order? Slow down. That was way too much text for one dialogue box. Oh good, they're already breaking the 4th wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I think you,
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think you got me there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh no.
Is that gonna work?
Oh my god.
That's gotta lean over, right?
No, it's
We're about
solid
to find
rock.
out.
It's gonna lock into it, right?
Oh! Well, we found our answer. Well, what a good clip. I do actually. I sit here and watch those whenever they come up. All right. Anyway, so where were we? Working. Yeah. So, what did I? Okay. It's actually unfortunate Frozen ended up leaving. Hopefully you're still here, City. Some of this will be like semi-relevant. On your end. Do you ever extend the break to watch more clips? You came back? Okay, fair enough. Because the next part of this is gonna be relevant to some stuff that I mentioned in your stream the other day. Also, just an FYI, let me do some like quick shout outs just for anyone who was kind of watching from the bandstands or listening along. We have at least a few people in chat who I know stream. Those two in particular. Frozen is the person who it said that I hung out in his chat the second most amount of time, but I also wrote 8,000 chat messages in his stream for according to my Twitch recap. Versus the person who I quote unquote watch the most. Birdo. Birdo streams occasionally when he can. And I'm usually hanging out in his stream as well. Just for, like I said, anyone who's not following either of them, like who's in here. So here, listening about mobile app, yep, not a problem, City. All right, I kind of anticipate the minimum 30-second delay then on the mobile. Oh, also, let's get some music back up and running, because again, this is very, very quiet in here otherwise. Okay. So, what was I saying before that? I know that we were going to talk about work-related stuff. I just want to make sure that there wasn't anything in chat that I was missing. Oh yeah, do I ever extend the break to watch more clips? No, the only thing that I do actually do is I'll take a bit of an extra break if I'm like eating something or whatnot. But like even during those times, I do come back and I'm watching the clips alongside everyone who's in here. So yeah, so I'll take like a 5-minute break instead of a 3-minute break, that kind of thing. So anyway, working. So what happened with work, and like why am I not working now, and like what happened? How did we get to this point? So I started working technically in that job I showed earlier, where I was working, as the legislative, as the page and messenger, down in South Florida. But eventually, so I started running my own computer repair business. I started that around 1999 at the end of high school. It wasn't really much of an official thing, but I bought a domain name that had to deal with the fact that I dealt with computer repair. I used that to advertise. I went on to when I went to college, I had business cards printed out that had my that website on it, my phone number on it. I started because I'm the type of person who knows everyone and tries my best to meet new people all the time. I made friends with all of the RAs, the resident assistants at the on-campus apartments, and I gave out my business card over there to let them know that I fixed computers. There was no on-campus help for if you lived on campus and needed your computer fixed. So eventually, it got to a point where my business card ended up on the monitor of the Commons building, their front office for the apartments for whoever lived on site. And so anytime at my college, when someone needed their computer fixed at the apartments, they would just reference that person to me. And I made a decent chunk of money being able to go through that. Over time, though, I kind of realized that wasn't really my thing, doing computer repair. There's a weird dynamic there where it's like people are desperate because they need their computer fixed, and so they're frustrated, but they also can't take it out on you because you're the only one who actually knows how to fix it. But you're still having to deal with them in their panic and frustration because computers are the most important thing in our world at the moment. So so I dealt with the computer repair thing for some time. That was what happened when I first came to Portland. So like I said, when I was 25, I moved to Portland. I tried to run my own computer repair business here. I did it for 2 years. It just failed. And so I ran out of money, and that's when I went back home and I lived with my parents for another 5+ years. I moved back in 2008, only to move back up here in 2015. So total, I was there for 7 years. So luckily, a portion of that was, at first I was living with my parents, but eventually I met my ex, then girlfriend and eventually wife. So we moved in together. So I didn't have to live with my parents the entire time when I moved back to Florida. And then the nice thing is, the job that I did find wasn't in computer repair. It started being in enterprise IT, and so I started learning how enterprise computer systems worked. I started working through my way up through there, and I learned databases, and I learned development. I hate development, and that's a whole separate conversation that we can have. But I know how development works. I can read code. I can see whether that code is secure or whatnot. Eventually, I got to a point where I learned website administration. how to keep websites up and running. And yeah, so one of the last jobs that I had when I was working in Florida was me working as a website administrator. Oh, sorry, I'm late breaking. I crashed hard, but I'm up. Oh, but, you're fine, Ty. Actually, the reason why I wanted you here, we haven't actually gotten to yet. So as long as you're here for a little while, that'll be perfect. But welcome in. Hopefully you're doing okay. Yeah, I mean, I said it at the beginning of the stream, but the very specific topic I'm going to be talking about later is why someone who is a cishet white male like myself hangs out in LGBTQIA plus streams when I'm not actually within that umbrella myself. There is actually a very specific reason, and I just thought that you'd be a good person to hear that out when I got to it. So yeah. Like I said, Ty would be someone who's in that community that I mentioned that I specifically invited to this stream. So, yeah, when we start talking about identity, I kind of we'll get more into that. So going on, yeah. So work-wise, I eventually worked in a place where I was working in website administration, but security guy, the security manager at the work that I was doing, he saw what I was capable of and all the things that I was doing. He's like, "Oh, well, why don't you work in security?" And at first, it was like someone who wants to date you, and you like passing on their passes that they're making at you, and you're like, I don't know. But but he just kind of wanted me in his department, and I started thinking about it more and more. I'm seated, and love you. You've always been a good friend to me. Thanks for the shout out. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Ty. I mentioned before that Frozen is the stream that I watched the second most, but is the one that I chatted in the most. Ty here would be the one on my Twitch recap who I watched the most this year. just FYI. So I obviously recommend checking out Ty's stream. He's someone who I've known now for a while. So, yeah. So I've just been I kept turning him down. It's like, no, I don't know about working in security. But eventually I'm like, you know what? Maybe security can be interesting. Because all those things I said before, I started learning all these other things in enterprise computers. It kind of made sense for me to move to the security department, because in security, you need to know all of the things that I was already learning anyway. So I'm like, all right, well, let me check it out. So I go and move into his department, and it takes not even 2 months, and he leaves. So the very person who wanted me so badly for his team, AI, my little short stream ads on. And so I all my little short streams I know. So yeah, so I worked for him for 2 months. He ends up leaving, and then they bring in another manager. And well, first we didn't have a manager for a while, and so now I'm trying to learn security, even though I don't know it, from the other people who are on my team, and no manager. And so I try doing that for a while. Then eventually a new manager comes in, and he's expecting to have a full team of like fully fledged security professionals who know what they're doing, except for I only just moved into this team a little bit ago. I don't know what I'm doing yet. So, and so I try to work with him, but literally from that point on, that particular manager, they're like, oh, well, why don't you work in back over in website administration again? You're so good at doing that over there. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I'm good at it. I'm good at a lot of the things that I do, but I'm like trying to expand. I'm trying to learn. Like that's another philosophy thing that we didn't really discuss, so it's kind of going to come up more in streaming. But I'm very big on learning new things, and like I make a lot of puzzles and whatnot. And when I make those puzzles, and I'm talking like escape room style puzzles and puzzle hunts, and it's this whole like separate passion that I have. But when I make them, I have this personal objective where I want to learn something new every time that I make something. So whether it's learning how to use Photoshop or learning video editing, or learned how to animate in Adobe Flash back in the day, I'm just someone who likes learning and likes I like to learn new things, and I like to be able to utilize those new things. I have a lot of skills. I like to be able to utilize those skills. And so this is just a new thing for me of like immediately being pushed out of something that it's not that I had like such a passion for security. Like I said, I was turning it down so many times originally, but eventually, I go into the team only for them to immediately try pushing me out. But what ended up happening instead was such an admirable trait. We never stopped learning. Yeah, that's just something that I like to make sure for myself, is that I'm constantly learning new things. Anytime that I do a new project, I set in my mind, I'm like, oh, well, there's this thing that I'm going to need to do for this project. I don't know how to do it, but we are going to learn that project. Another good example, when this is on the same theme. When I had originally gotten married, again, ex-wife now, but when we got married, my wife's favorite gemstone was opals, not diamonds, and I'm not into buying diamonds to begin with. So I learned everything that there possibly is about the Australian fire opal, and like specifically black fire opals, and how you want the Australian ones and not the ones that come from South Africa. Those are nice too, but like specifically around the Lightning Ridge region of Australia, that's where you'll get the nicest ones. They have like a nice teal blue luster to them, and because they're black instead of white, the white ones are kind of more milky, but the black ones reflect everything. Diamonds is a crazy scam market. Yeah, it's all De Beers just trying to get your money. But you can tell just from everything I'm saying right now, it's like I became like an opal expert overnight. And that's how I do things, is when I set my mind to something, I fully commit to it. I fully commit to like truly learning about that thing. But now going back to the security thing, so first they're pushing me out, or trying to push me out. Instead, I pushed myself out. That was when I lived in Florida. I eventually came to move to Portland, and I'm like, oh, well, they were so ready to be like, oh, well, go back to the website admin thing. They just need your help for X amount of time. And I'm like, oh, yeah, well, in 2 weeks, I'm about to move back to Portland. So just an FYI, I'll help them, but I can only help them for a bit. So I go over, and I'm like, do you need help? They're like, oh, well, you said you turned in your 2 weeks. That's not going to be enough time. I'm like, great. So I moved to Portland, and funny enough, when I first moved to Portland, because website admin is the thing that I know the most, I went into a website admin role. But I said during my interview, I'm like, just so you know, you're going to need a security person, because security's going to... This was in 2015, so 10 years ago. I'm like, just so you know, security is becoming more and more important in IT here, so you might not have a security person now, but you're going to need one. It only took I stayed at that company for 4 years. That is I won't name the company, but that's the company that I met Strawberry Bones at, and a number of other people. So yeah, obviously 4 years is actually a pretty long time to stay in one company for someone who works in IT. Typically you only get like 1.5 to 2 years out of them before they move on, because they realize that they're going to make more money going somewhere else. But I was making such good friends there, and like again, for Strawberry to be here in a job that I was at 10 years ago, just shows you like what genuinely good people they were. Point being, in those 4 years, they eventually did realize, oh yeah, we're getting a whole bunch of security questions from other companies. We do actually need a security person. So they made me the security engineer. But now the last job that I was in was one where I was a security engineer for first with a manager who wanted me there, but he left after 2 months, on a security team where like I scarcely know the team. I didn't get to learn that much from them. I got pushed out of that. This one, I'm now the only security person who's working on this team. So I'm very much in thrown into the lion's den and just into the fire, whatever phrase you want to use. And so I'm just trying my best to like stay afloat and learn everything on the fly, trying to my best to like become this security person that I'm telling others that I am. To the point where eventually after the 4 years, I'm like, well, unfortunately, there's not going to be much growth here. And again, you only get 2 years out of other IT people. So the rest of my team left. So now it's not that I don't want to be with the people who are remaining, but eventually an opportunity comes up, and it's at a company who makes security software. That's an intense start. Yeah, totally. And so, so then the next thing is, there's a company here who makes security software here in Portland, and they're well known in the security space. I won't name them, but they're very well known, and they're looking for a security person. So I go over, recruiter gets me into their interview, I get hired, and I start working over there. That job, so here's what they decided to do over at that job. Prior to me working there, they used to have a security team, much like the job that I had two jobs previously. Well, so they had the security team. What they did is they said, well, we're gonna do what's called shifting left in security. What shifting left means is that you start teaching security amongst the entire culture in your organization. You essentially, when you develop software, if you think of everything as like a linear left to right, you start with building the software on the left side, and you continue making it until you have a product at the end on the right side. The shift left mentality means the further left you go, the further you go to the start of the process. If you start introducing security stuff early, then you don't have to add it in later for like way too much additional money on the other side. So Sarah, come here. We have a cat who's going to be joining us. What is this blasphemy? Scrum for life. Yeah, so Scrum is a process that us people who work with computers use to get stuff done on a day-to-day basis. So I was so prior to me getting this job, apparently this security company who makes security software decided to fire their entire security team with the intention of, okay, what we're going to do instead is we'll hire security people, but we will put them on the individual teams that we have left over. Well, this company's not exactly small. They've split up their organization into two main sections. There's the corporate side of things, which are, their main website keeps that up and running. The actual computers that are on site, they keep those up and running, blah, blah, blah. And then there's R&D, or research and development. Those are the ones who actually make the software that they were making. My buddy Aaron would be the person they hired on, who was the one and only security person for the corporate side. And you're currently looking at the person who is the only security person in research and development for a company that makes fucking security software. And so that was the job that I ended up doing for roughly 2 years. And yet again, it's like I'm a security guy. I'm on technically a team that's called DevOps, Development Operations. And so the DevOps department has like 5 people in it. And sure, I talk to them a bit, but fundamentally, it's the job of me and Aaron to do all the security for all this company. Like, I talk to Aaron far more than my own department that I'm in. Same with my boss, who I was working under. B, I'm trying to still learn all the stuff on the fly, because now this is the 3rd job practically in a row where I'm working with security, and just by the seat of my pants, trying to figure out what the fuck it is that I'm actually doing. So then we continue on with this of me, like, this isn't imposter syndrome. This is me trying to learn how to do my own job on the fly. For, like I said, year and a half on what is fundamentally a contract. It was a 2-year contract, but they're like, but we should have enough money to be able to hire you on afterwards. And then amidst everything there, a pandemic happens. So, yeah, I was working there in 2020. Also, let me read this chat. To be honest, this is my experience with any IT job as well. Here's the thing that is 100 times as big, complicated as anything you've done. Fix it by yesterday. Yeah, unfortunately, do feel free to look up something called the Peter Principle. IT departments in particular are notorious for hiring people based on the Peter Principle, where they hire a person who doesn't act. You hire someone who's the job that they have is just above their actual knowledge and abilities for what they can do. And it keeps that person from like wanting to move on to bigger and better things. So who should we cast in this Breaker biopic? I don't know. I've always been told that I have like the eyebrows of Tom Cruise. Like if you really look at them. But anyway. So what's it called? Yeah, so I'm just trying to learn like as fast as I can, and then this pandemic happens, and now, like, not only am I already having enough problems trying to connect with other people at my workplace, now I like, how the hell am I supposed to connect with people when we've now been like physically separated from one another? Let's see if Tom's busy. What's he doing nowadays? Yeah, so this the pandemic happened. I'm like trying my best to deal with this and trying to deal with not being able to go out now and trying to like figure out what I'm doing. I don't even know how the software fundamentally works that my company is making. In fact, in most of the jobs that I'm working, the Break Room Tale starring Brendan Fraser. In most of the cases of these jobs that I'm working, I don't necessarily know like how any of the like, actual like products fundamentally work. At least the job where I met Strawberry at, I won't say what it is, but it was a product that I fundamentally believed in. But I didn't believe in any of the products that we made at the job before it or the job after it. I like that we were making security software, but apparently they made security software for so long it was that like they never updated it, and so it was broken. I mean, it's not that it was broken, there other better software had come out since then. So like, I probably wouldn't have taken a job with them. But again, it's a company that people heard of. I'm like, well, let me go with it. But the one thing that I had been learning more and more of is something called GRC, Governance and Regulatory Compliance. And GRC is one of those things you probably know about already. It's you ever go to a hospital and they talk about HIPAA, HIPAA, or in with kids it's FERPA and COPPA, with the New York Fire. Let me grab water. The New York Fire Department has something called NYDFS. There's stuff called NIST 800-53. All of these different industries have all of these different regulatory compliance schemes that they need to fall under. Enron was the Enron scandal from 2003 formed one of them. Sarbanes-Oxley, which is a law that states that publicly traded companies need to have like a certain minimum security level for like the things that they're doing, at least in the U.S. Yeah, so that's what regulatory compliance is, and I had to learn a lot of that as a result of the security thing. And so the next job I took, the same eventually that job that I had that during the pandemic, it got towards the end of that two years, and then they didn't have any money for me to actually hire me on full time. So I go back to the recruiter, and the recruiter's like, oh, well, there's this GRC related job. You know GRC. Why don't you go over to there? Okay, well, sure, let's go ahead and try that. So I go into this company. It has the same title as my current job. They're looking for a DevSecOps engineer. That is the title that I had at the job that I had for 2 years. And so I, excuse me. Oh, also, I just realized that we eventually have another 3-minute ad break we can run, but we'll see if we can hold off. Again, just anyone who's in chat, just let me know if ads start running, and then we'll worry about it from there. Anyway, yeah. So this job says that it's DevSecOps. They need someone who knows GRC. I know GRC. I have the job of my last title was DevSecOps engineer. So let's go for that. So I start working for this company. The problem is this company is 11 different companies in total, and each one has one single security guy who's in charge of each of the 11 sub-companies. I was in charge of security for one of those sub-companies. So yet again, I'm now placed as the single sole security guy for a company. And there's an umbrella company for all this. They also have a corp side, but their corp does have a security department, and that security department, they're the ones who make all the decisions. So they're the ones who get to do the actual security work, and and use all the cool tools and decide what tools they're going to be using and look over what the tools, what data is being spit back at them, and are decision makers, blah blah blah. I don't have any of that agency. Essentially, as me as the quote-unquote lead security guy for the sub company that I'm running under, whatever the security team tells me to do, I just have to do whatever it is that they say. So I'm not even really doing security at this point. What I actually do is they tell me stuff to do, and I have to send emails off to the developers and all these other people and be like, okay, well, the security people said that this is what you need to do, so now can you do it? And I essentially, fundamentally, was just I could have been replaced by an Outlook calendar, a Google calendar, and an automated email system, because all I was doing was project management and making sure other people were doing their job, but I didn't really have a job that I was doing. I stayed in that job for 6 to 7 months, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I went back to another recruiter, and I'm like, look, if I were to quit this job, do you think you could actually get me something else somewhere better? And they said yes, and so I quit my job, and they didn't get me anything better, and I waited a while, and I heard nothing from them. But eventually, I heard back from the first recruiter who had gotten me a couple of my previous positions, including the one at that one security company that built security software. So and this job is a big company. It's a big company that you have heard of, and I start working for them. Now, when you work for giant companies, you can't do anything. So you remember what I was saying before about being someone who likes learning new things and getting to utilize all the new things that I learned? I couldn't do any of that, because when you work in a big company, you have one task, and whatever that task is, you have to keep doing that task repeatedly, and to the point where you're stuck into it and you have no new learning. And then if you were to try to get another job, the only new job you could get is doing the same task that you've already been doing. So that is a workplace, like I said, gigantic company. You definitely know, you've definitely heard of them. But I couldn't, I can't do this. The only thing is, each of these jobs, as I'm going through them, I'm making more and more money at each one. The first of the IT jobs, I was only earning $14 an hour. Then it was $18 an hour. Then they offered me $45,000 per year, but they'd been giving me so much overtime on $18 an hour. No, it was $14 an hour, then $18 an hour, switching over. Then I got $21.50 an hour. switching in there to doing website administration in their IT department. And at 2150, they were doing so much overtime that when they offered me 45,000 as a salary, it was offensive because I was making like 60,000 with my overtime and whatnot. So, and I moved from that job, who offered me 45. I think the next job that I got was 75,000, and that would have been where I was doing web admin and moved into the security department. Then when I moved into the job that I got, the first job I got here in Portland, that was 90,000 per year. I mean, eventually, like I said, it kept going up and up. Eventually, it got to the point where the last contract that I was working was $78 per hour. If you want to math that out, that is, you typically work 52 weeks per year, 40 hours per week. So we're talking, so that number is 2,080. If you ever want to figure out how much you earn per year at a 40-hour job for a full year, 40-hour a week job over the course of a year, just take the number 2,080 and multiply it by whatever your hourly dollar amount is. So if I remember right, 2,080 times 78 is like $162,000 per year, something like that. But with that stated, like, I was fucking miserable. It's like, yeah, I was getting paid well, obviously, but my job in doing the GRC stuff that I was doing in my last workplace, so the last one wasn't even security related at all. Now it's just GRC. Now it's just these like regulations that I'm looking back and forth at. So I would have two Excel files open on two monitors, and all I was doing was comparing the two and seeing if stuff in column 1 was inside of column 2, and that's what they're paying me all this shit ton of money to do. But like, you have to combine this with the fact that I'm not going out, like you said, we're a couple years into the pandemic at this point. I'm not going out. I definitely didn't go out at the beginning of the pandemic. I scarcely started going out, in the pandemic after that. In fact, it's only been in the past year. Like, to this day, I still wear a mask every time that I go out because I haven't been sick since 2018 or 2019. I've talked about that with the pill dispenser, the pharmacist at my clinic where my doctor is. She's like, oh yeah, when you finally do get sick, even if it's a common cold, it's not gonna your body's not gonna take well to it. I'm like, all right, well, good to know. But like, I don't go out anywhere. All these jobs that I mentioned since the pandemic have all been me working from home. And so I'm just getting more and more miserable. Like, I would try to reach out to like my work colleagues, but I'm not really forming any kind of like proper bond over Zoom with any of the people that I'm working with. Because I didn't want to turn the music down by like one notch. All right. Yeah, so like I said, continuing on the theme of trying to like make and keep friendships, like I was saying before, it's already been such a struggle, and now trying to like make friendships with people like only during work hours, the few times that we talk, like I said, on a Zoom call, but it's otherwise just us mostly like talking together in Slack. So there's like this certain loneliness to it. There's this certain it's lonely, it's unfulfilling. It's like there's the things that I want to do in life, and by having a good job that pays well, I was able to do those things. Like I said, that helped me with my philosophy that I was talking before about, just being materialistic of like, all right, well, now I have a good job. Now I can buy all the toys that I want, but like, I'm not able to show them off to anyone. As like I said, I'm not going out. I'm not doing anything. And my work itself is unfulfilling. It's like, well, then you can find something that is fulfilling. So, because a lot of people have work that they're not fulfilled in. They're only doing it just to have a job. It's like you go to an interview and the interview says, so why is it you're looking to work here? It's like, because you'll give me money and I like having money. Like, no one, certain people have interesting jobs, and that's a nice feeling to be able to enjoy the work you do and be able to work for 8 hours a day doing something that you enjoy, and so it doesn't feel like it's like slowly killing you inside. But for me, it's like, yeah, I might have been making all this money, but I was so desperately unfulfilled with my life, with how things are going. So that got to the point where I eventually so beyond all that, more to the point, that was another contract position. They said that they'd be able to have money for me. I worked there for like 6 months, and then I worked there for an additional month, and then when they extended it, and then they extended for an additional month. I think they extended it 3 times, but only 1 month at a time, trying to find money until they just couldn't find any additional money. So that was between something like July of 2023 to March of 2024, something like that. And the last day, I'm like, all right, here's what I would really love to do. What I'd love to do is get myself back into a proper security position again. I don't want to look at Excel files all day and compare them back and forth. I want to do like actual engineering work. So I grab a USB drive. I try to scour through any work files that I have that are that have to do with actual engineering work and not like this stupid bullshit that I'm doing. It's like I'm willing to take a pay cut even just to be able to not like to not be so insanely unfulfilled on a day-to-day basis. So I take all the files, I bring them over to my computer. I'm scouring through them, trying to like update my resume. Is a last-ditch effort. I'm also trying to like, this is in my last week, I'm trying to get shit done for the company before I leave them, and none of that ends up. I get everything done with them. I turn in my work the last day, hand them back their computer, whatever. So that's March of 2024. Well, eventually, after a couple months, that you may, if you actually look at Twitch Tracker, twitchtracker.com, and we're going to discuss this more in just a bit. But you can type in Breaker 1, and you'll see that would be around the time that I decided, all right, well, things are now starting to become incredibly unfulfilling for me. Let me try my hand back at streaming. So let me just like go full hog, full force trying to stream again and see, if I had a follower goal of like 1,000 for as long as I can think of, like since the first year I was here. And we're going to get into this more in just a moment, but like I have the followers up right now, and so I can see the 19 who are watching, but also the stream started at 972 followers. Someone came in and has since unfollowed, and now I'm down to 971. It's like, it's just such a struggle. It's been such a struggle just trying to stream there. But like I said, we'll get more to the actual like streaming portion of that in a moment. So I tried the Twitch thing for a little bit, and then it was working however much it was. But come July of that year, so 4 months later, I talked to another person who worked in the same department as me at the giant company that I work for, and they're like, "Oh, I'm going to be leaving, so maybe you'll be able to take my job since you still don't have a job yet." I'm like, "Okay, actually, yeah, let's go ahead and try that." So he ends up leaving. He talks to his recruiter, or I talk to mine, whatever. We eventually get myself back in between the recruiter and my old boss. They talk, and my old boss talks to me, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you know what? Yes, you can take your old job back. It'll technically be this other person's job, but that person and I did fundamentally the same thing. So great. So now I'll at least have money again after 4 months of not having anything." They send me a computer. So obviously my boss liked me enough to want to hire me on. They sent me a computer to be like, "Oh yeah, let's start you on your new first day again." I go to log onto my computer, and I'm having trouble logging in. I talk to my boss, and they're like, "All right, well, we'll take a look into it." Hours pass that day until it's later in the day, and it's like 3 p.m. in the evening, or in the afternoon, and I get called into a meeting with my old boss, who's about to be my boss again. But now the account manager for the recruitment agency is also in there. And I started having to have this conversation, and they're like, "Oh yeah, by the way, when you were here back in March, you had all of these files that we saw that you transferred onto a USB drive, onto a USB drive within your last week. Well, what's up with that? Why were all these files transferred?" And now I had to go through and explain, because this is something I've been explaining to my recruiter. I'm like, "I'm not doing any engineering work. Like, I'm just trying to find anything to be able to justify becoming an engineer again, rather than doing this." And I was just panicked. Anyway, the really long story short on that is, because of me transferring those files onto that USB stick, they saw me as a security threat, and so they're like, "Oh yeah, well, we're unfortunately not going to be able to hire you." And then I have to send my computer back in, and etc. And so I haven't been That's insane. Yeah. So as a result, the job that I was supposed to have in July of 2024, and would likely have till now, I'd still be miserable, but at least I'd have money. I didn't have. Now, every time I try to talk to a recruiter, the recruiters will keep. What was even the reason for the USB? I was mentioning it before. There were a couple things to it. Number one, there were files I was working on from my computer. I have Photoshop on my computer, and I made them a whole logo in Photoshop for my computer, and I transferred it from my computer to theirs, initially. So there's some of it where it was easier for me to work from my workstation than it was from theirs. But the other thing, and the bigger reason, was that I had transferred files onto the USB because I was trying to find anything that was engineering related so I could get myself back into a security engineering role again, rather than a pencil pusher who looks at Excel files and just compares them back and forth every day. I needed something that was far more fulfilling. And so I was just trying to scour through any of these files to see if there's even a single goddamn engineering thing that I was doing back up through March. And I'll be honest, if you look at my resume for that time period, I really didn't have that much. Every time I talk to someone during interviews now, I do my best to skip over that job, not because they fired me from it, but because I didn't do any engineering work. So you were going above your job duties and got in trouble for it. It's not that it was above my job duties. It's that when a big company sees you popping their data onto a USB drive, that's something called exfiltration of data. It's why you'll sometimes see in company policies, acceptable use policies, that you're not allowed to plug USB sticks in, and you're not allowed to transfer files off of your workstation onto a USB. Now, the problem with that I see with that is they have a piece of software that I can't uninstall on that computer. When you say, when we start working there, you sign a contract about it. Exactly. There's the acceptable use policy. There's the security policy. I see that too. We can't plug non-county hardware onto county hardware. Yeah, exactly. And so, what's it called? So to the point that Scape was saying, it's like that falls under both the acceptable use policy and falls under the security policy. But they have a piece of what I was going to say is they have a piece of software that is installed on the computer, which is how they knew that any files were transferred to begin with. That piece of software could have easily just blocked out the USB ports on the computer and could have prevented me from ever transferring anything out to them to begin with. What I don't understand is if that was such a big deal, being that they're such a gigantic company, why didn't they do that to begin with instead of just monitor? Like, there's two ideas in security. There's the ability to monitor and the ability to act, and they could have easily just like prevented me from transferring anything, and like I absolutely would have been fine with that. I just don't see you ever breaking policy knowingly. I mean, like I said, the reality is I was in more of a panic because, as stated, I hadn't had it was actually a combination of things. It was the fact that I was dealing with a flea infestation at the time, and a cat that was bouncing back and forth and all over my work computer. It was this like very long and lengthy, hilarious set of multiple issues that ended up coming up. And so it was just going to be easier for me to like work on this stuff from this room where I'm at now, rather than in the kitchen at the kitchen table, which is where that particular computer was set up. So anyway, so as a result, the job that I was supposed to have right now, I know I never got, no longer have, whichever way you want to put it. And so I have not had a job since then. What I was saying before is also just in IT in general, the job market has turned really, really bad around here, to the point where just due to U.S. policies, a lot of companies don't really know what. Oh, see, that sucks. I'm sorry. Not only not only around there. Yeah, because a lot of people don't know what's going to be happening with the economy and don't know, etc., etc. So they're not necessarily looking to hire right now because there's just too much uncertainty. And add that into the fact that, think about all the dates I said. I'm talking about dates that date back to 2020. AI, it seems like it's been around forever. That's only been around like 2 years and has advanced as far as it has right now. I'm re-educating towards accountancy because I can't find a dev job anymore. Yeah, see? So it's like, this is now the world we're working with, where like that's happening. AI is becoming everyone's number one focus because since hiring companies don't want to hire anymore, they'd rather replace all of us, anyone who's in IT, with AI. So that's kind of where things are at. So that's where my like financial troubles. AI is going to crash, at least in this business. People are coding without it. Yes, I do agree with that fundamentally. So that's kind of where the whole financial trouble started. So I went through all of that. I've been trying to apply for as many jobs as I can. Every time that I talk to a recruiter, I'll eventually talk to the recruiter, like have a 30-minute phone call, and then they'll ghost me. I'll have interviews, all but like one interview. After talking to them, they end up ghosting me afterwards. And that's what I've been dealing with for the past while. I went through, for as much savings as I had, obviously there's the portion where I had been married and got divorced, so I had to write a check for $17,000 to $18,000, and that was unpleasant. So imagine that was like the money that I had saved up. Then I eventually had to go through all of the money that I had saved up over time. Then I went around last year. I'm like, all right, well now I've gone through my savings. What's next? The only thing I had was like my sheer amounts of credit cards that I could work with. It has now been a year of me working through credit cards. And now I'm nearly up on my credit line. So we're talking like we're in like scary territory where I've had to borrow money from friends to be able to make rent payments. So like I said, this is why I'm trying to be honest and open about Twitch is the place where it's socially acceptable to be able to just beg for money. I know that normally people do it as a subathon and like act like a clown and you know, it's like, oh, well, I'll do anything for money, and so whatever chat wants me to do, that's what I'll do. And like, that's what I end up having to do ultimately, and that's ultimately what I'll end up doing. It's just running a subathon. But you know, just for anyone who's been around and knows me, and you know, I hope that I provided enough over time to for those who are capable, who can, that they could. No. And that's so the point that you're making. Let me read that out loud, which I could, but I said I'm also unemployed and I'm reluctant to give any money away currently, even though I sometimes no. So and that's the other point I do want to make here. Do not give away money to anyone if you are having any kind of financial difficulty yourself. Sorry, man, didn't know to reach that point. Yeah. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Which kind of brings up. Let's combine that with the next. Let's do this. How long is it? It's been just over 3 hours. Let's run yet another ad break. I see that I can run another 3-minute one. This song is going to be over within a minute anyway. Let's go ahead and run another 3-minute ad break. It gives an hour extra for people to not see ads. And then we'll continue on to the next thing, and then we'll finally get to like the last little bits that I wanted to get to here. All right, so like I said, give us about 3 minutes here, and then we shall return. I'll do my own spike thing.
Nice.
No, that's too much.
Oh, no.
God.
Yeah, okay.
Have you no mercy?
I'll go like here with it.
There you go.
Oh, this thing. Okay.
No pressure.
You gotta launch over it. The pull is strong.
All rude.
No.
Oh.
No. That's a double stun.
Oh.
And I'm dead.
Yeah, I didn't know what was gonna happen there. I figured a missile was coming. I just threw another missile behind.
Dick box.
Ah!
No.
Back. Oh, I needed that.
That was so close.
Oh man.
Nice.
Oh,
That was a long one.
Oh, I got the weakest of all of my enemies. I'm about to die.
Jeez, I didn't even get a chance to attack.
Oh, come on. You're so close to death.
Blob.
Yeah, you blob.
Blob.
Blob. Oh no, he's healed up.
Blob. There's no way.
Look at that! What is this?
What?
Oh, I can pull them all back! Okay.
They murder on the way back?
Yeah, calm down, game.
I'm scared to even go for it. There's
I know.
so much in the middle.
I know. But you can also, where the cars are, you can take that path also. But obviously it's pretty deadly. Oh god!
Go. Let's go.
Wait, no! They killed me! They killed me in the bank!
Oh, that's it, I bet. Wait.
Oh, no!
Wait.
Oh my god! Kettle's already
Fantastic.
full. Okay. So,
And steep the leaves.
add water, bring it to a boil, steep the... brought it to the boil was the propane. Steep the leaves and don't die. So it should be...
I put the leaves in.
It says Kettle could use some leaves.
I just put them in. I no longer have leaves in my inventory.
Oh, I have tea leaves. I think you gave them to me.
Oh. Maybe that's what I did.
Whoops. There we go.
Perfect.
Hold on.
Alright, come on, camera. You want to focus? I can always press the refresh button on the camera, but sometimes it like moves me around. Let me do it the other way. Oh, okay. That works. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, hey! Look! Siege, someone else who's actually able to call you Siege. Alright. I literally had this conversation with them the other day. It's like, does anyone else even call you by Siege now? There we go. Some things I can recommend is for yourself. List your skills and strength, both general and specific. Then research what kind of other jobs use these skills and strength. Ask an AI even. Yeah, actually, that is not a bad recommendation. It's so not bad of a recommendation. I'm copying your comment and putting them in my notes to look up later. Okay. No, I now have that at the bottom of my notes here. All right. So going back to where we were. So I mentioned it a bit here, but let's actually talk about streaming. So that's kind of like where I'm at with streaming and why I was streaming as much as I did last year. But like, let's discuss something that I've had private conversations about with a few people, I think including Berto and City. Is like, so why did I get into streaming to begin with? That's what I'm doing, a bit of numbers nerd. So accountancy is one thing. No, totally fair. Life's been good. Found myself a girlfriend. We've been together almost 2 years. Aw. Enjoying life. Definitely still have uncertainties like unemployment at the moment. Yeah, so then, yeah, it's not just me. It's like, this has been a theme. Also, Siege, just FYI, this has been we've been doing a just chatting stream all day today just to talk about these, like, harder to talk about topics. If for any reason you end up needing to dip just for mental health reasons or anything, I end up completely understanding. But yeah, we've been talking about shitty parents and work and the lack of work, philosophies, school, friendships, all kinds of stuff. I still have some stuff that I was going to talk about. I was actually going to talk about streaming, like I said. Other topics are identity and like why I unfollowed so much of the Fall Guys community, because that one was for like a very specific reason that's very personal. So amazing to hear. Congrats. Yeah, I agree. Congrats. And staying hopeful for 2026. Yeah, seriously. So streaming. So why did I get into streaming? So let's take everything that I've said before about my personal philosophies, and about friendships, and about my about work that I just mentioned, and let's put all that together. So here's what I know of myself about streaming. I don't necessarily find that how do I want to put this? There are certain people who are built to stream. They have like the distinct personality for it. It doesn't matter about intelligence levels. That one doesn't matter about any of that. That one is literally just about being personable. Sometimes it's about forming a character and sticking to that character. Sometimes, and so you're kind of putting on a bit of a mask. Sometimes you're just naturally funny. Or funny, amusing, whatever it is. In my case, I had a couple things that were kind of combined together. Again, we start with the fact that I started streaming in October 2020, so that would be in the pandemic. So it's the same time everyone started streaming, quite frankly. You know, it was just within that group. But so yeah, I kind of needed something to do, but like I said, I have this like strong need to socialize with others, and I have this strong need and want to make friends with others. So combine that with this. Oh my god, I say this kind of thing all the time. It's a weird space, and some people just click in or find their audience. Yeah, and you have to understand too. I genuinely appreciate my audience, because something I was saying before on the philosophy section is like, time is a finite resource. You only have so much of it before you don't have any time to work with anymore. It's very much the reason when I listen to the song "Time" by Pink Floyd, I cry every time they get to the middle section. They're like, "Oh yeah," and then you'll find 10 years have gone behind you. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun. It's like, it's so true that time is such an important resource, and the people who are coming to your chat, and there's many. I mean, again, we're being honest, but there's 18 people in here right now viewing. I don't care if they're just lurking. I genuinely don't. Even if it's because they have me in another tab, it's someone who they even took the 2 seconds of time because they're like, you are someone who I want to support. I want to use my time to be able to help you in any way that I can. No, you run to catch up with the sun and sing, racing around. Come up, yeah. I cry so hard listening to that songscape. I love that album. Yeah, I have a number of people who typically lurk here, but I know that they watch what it is that I'm doing. I'll see them on their own stream, and they'll talk all about the stream that I was doing, even if they didn't chat in here. So it's nothing against anyone who's there. I'm very happy they're here. Now, with that song hit me super hard as a teenager. It's hitting me hard now. It's astounding to me that he was as young as he was when he wrote that song. He was only like in his 20s, I believe. And those words are like they still hold true to this day. Highly recommend the song "Time" by Pink Floyd, and next time anyone listens to that, read the lyrics along to them, and like be prepared to be hit like a truck. By these recaps really reinvigorated my love for the platform. So much of the people's time that really resonates with me. Yeah, totally. Song hits harder when you're older because you're totally. So, always relevant. Exactly. So, yeah. So why do I come to Twitch then? Like, why is that where I choose to spend my time, and why is it that I started these streams? And like, what am I looking to gather out of it? There's the fact I said before. What you're listening to right now is music I made. What you're looking at is various vector art that I took from different places, but purchased the vector art, converted it over to pixel art, and arranged myself. So like each of the scenes that you see, like all the way through here, anything, this at the bottom, I did make sure I didn't say anything during that one. But all of that stuff that I just went through, that's all stuff that I personally arranged in Photoshop myself. The raid video that I have, that's also my channel trailer, that is because I learned video editing. That's something I made myself. Well, I guess that's another life philosophy that I didn't really discuss before. But like, knowing that my lineage is going to die with me. Like I said, I don't want to have children, and so I just want to create. I want to be able to make things that other people can enjoy in the world. So whether it's a video or my stream or whatever. So like even just recently, and we'll talk about Fall Guys in just a bit. But like last month, Fall Guys had a fall ball mode. Here we go. And so I went and made an entire video that I put together. Paste that in the chat. I have an entire video I made. Fall Guys, tips, tricks, and strategies to keep you winning at fall ball. It's my way where I just want to be able to create and make something that I can share with others, and that they can enjoy and appreciate, use, whatever. Also, Ty, that would be the video I was mentioning yesterday. Copy that link. Make sure to look at it. But that's my thing. People should talk about the hard work they put into streaming. It's not easy, and you put a lot more work than most, and you're super talented. Not fall on trigger. But yeah, here, let me close. But yeah, oh, there we go. One of my tabs with me on it. So that's one of the things. Is I this is a space where I get to create and I get to show things off that I am creating. I also happen to be good at video games. That's something, frankly, that's something I didn't know about myself until later in life. Is that I'm apparently very good at like hard games, and there's going to be a certain set of people who because they don't have the skills for those, it's nice to watch someone who does have those skills. So I'm like, all right, well, that's content. I hate the word content. I hate the word content creator. I make videos, but that is content that I can do. I can play a very hard, difficult game and show that off on stream. That way you don't have to. You come here, you chill, we all talk with each other, we have a good time. I play a game in the background. What were some of the other reasons why I started streaming? But I mean, really go back to the friend thing before. I just want to meet new and interesting people. Puffly Jig, who was in here before, and it's one of my mods here. He's someone, when we first met, he and I lived 8 hours away from each other. So however many miles that is. And his girlfriend, who was in his chat, she lived a pretty equidistant, actually probably slightly further distance away. Eventually, those two moved in with one another and were 3 hours away from here. And so we were constantly like, that's 3 hours away is enough that I could drive up to them, or they could drive to me, and you could still drive back and be fine. But you also hate I make videos. I make art. I make... there's a bunch of things I make. I don't make content. Content implies that I am purposely making something that is for consumption, for you to just mindlessly look at on an app. And that's not... that's not what I'm looking towards. I'm trying to just make something, like I said, whether it's usable, whether it's enjoyable, whatever it is, it's music, it's a video, it's a whatever. It's not just there for you to sit there and drone out on. Like I said, just scroll through, doom scroll in an app on a phone. It's a portion, at least a small portion of the reason why I don't use TikTok. The bigger reason is because I'm a security person, and if you know enough about security, you shouldn't use TikTok. But anyway, so I am decent at games, so let me do that. I have all these things I want to create, let me do that. And I've actually done creation on stream. I've done a stream before where I made music on stream. I've done one where I made art on stream, and actually those streams usually go pretty well. What about Billy Billy? Yeah, for those who don't know, the Chinese Facebook, I believe. So, but yeah, similar issues. Essentially, I tried to avoid anything Russian-made or Chinese-made as a direct result of working in the security space within the U.S. So, yeah. Well, what were some of the other things? Is all I want to do is like sit here and create for people. And another thing is, I want to like foster community. I love the fact that the community that you end up with while streaming are the streams that you have been to elsewhere and gotten to talk to people, and you get to know those people and people who are in chat and in those streams and etc. And you start forming connections with all these people that you wouldn't have been able to otherwise because this is all online. But also they come to now they start forming what is now your community. And that's amazing, right? To be able it goes so in line with what I was saying before about wanting to gather people together. And be able to introduce people. I literally, as recently as last night, I was on Ty's stream, and I got a message from someone on Discord. It's like, oh, by the way, I'm in your game. And then we each shared like the chats that we were in. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm playing Fall Guys over on Ty's stream. You should come over there. And then he came over, and now it's like yet another new friend, friend of a friend that gets to come around. And then the last one, I actually did pull up a thing for it over here. Is obviously there's my love of indie games. And for those who don't know, that's the like actual reason for Cuphead being my like emote set. It is written under stream, but for those who haven't read the about section, the reason for Cuphead isn't because I love Cuphead as a game more than other games. It's the fact that he's a cup, and this is the break room, so there's like that like cup connection of like being in a break room, combined with the fact that indie games are so far and away so much more interesting than the garbage that like big publishers are released nowadays. Fall Guys is always interesting in the dynamic of interactions. Yeah, I agree with that, and we will actually get more into that in just a bit. But he doesn't love Cuphead. He is in love with Cuphead. Welcome in, Chosters. Hope you're doing good. But yeah, let me pull up this one comic for those who have heard of it before. It is called XKCD. Let me see here. Let us hide that photo. Let us pull up this one. You didn't have to call it my garbage. That made a lot of nice people. Met a lot of nice people. I mean, literally, people who I have met through Fall Guys in this chat include Ty, you Frozen. You Ty, Frozen, Choskers, Siege or Grandma Rob, City Limits, Birdo Rod. I mean, this list kind of goes on and on. But I know you'd pull up XKCD. Yeah, I knew that you would know. But this one particular, you probably even know which XKCD I'm about to pull up. But it's the one that so fundamentally cements like one of the things as to why I stream. So this is called 10,000. I try not to make fun of people for admitting they don't know things, because for each thing, quote unquote, everyone knows by the time that they're adults, every day there are on average 10,000 people in the US hearing about it for the first time. The fraction of people who have heard about it at birth, 0%. Fraction who have heard about it by the time they're age 30, around 100%. The US birth rate, though, is 4 million per year. The number of people hearing about it for the first time is around 10,000 per day. If I make fun of people, I train them not to tell me when they have those moments, and I miss out on all the fun. Diet Coke and Mentos, what's that? Oh man, come on, we're gonna have... come on, we're going to the grocery store. Why? You're one of today's lucky 10,000. Like, what a good mentality to have. That's something I think Berto has mentioned in here before. You don't make fun of people just because of like a lack of knowledge or something. Do you understand how many things there are to know in the world nowadays? There's too much pop culture. There's too much information. Again, we're still, even though information is bad because of AI now, we're still fundamentally in an information age. It's where some people get angry. No, and I agree. It is bad and dumb to get angry just because someone doesn't know something. And that's what I mean by it's such a good mentality to be like, look, you're now someone that I get to introduce something to. I get to like see the look in your eyes of discovery, of interest. It's very much, there's a number of games that I played on the channel or I played offline or whatever, which obviously include Cuphead and Celeste and Hollow Knight, now Silksong, The Witness. That list goes on. I love going to channels of people who have never played those before, and now I get to experience for them experiencing it for the first time, and it's really lovely to watch, to be able, because you're never gonna, a game that you love, you're never gonna get to experience for the first time a second time, but to be able to share that with others, like that's awesome. Intelligent people ask questions. Intelligent people know they don't know everything. Yes, that is true. Super Bunny Man. Super Bunny Man. I mean, I've technically seen before, but that one is fun to play, and you and I still haven't finished that, so we still need to actually finish that. But I specifically am only talking about like the story-based ones, or the ones where, you know, it has like a definitive beginning and ending, and unless you add in like a randomizer or something, there's little for you to like do with the game afterwards. At least Super Bunny Man has like that multiplayer mode, and so I got to play that during my birthday. All those other games that I mentioned, they don't have, they're all like single player games. It's like once you're done with them, you're done with them. So yeah, so more than anything, that's what Cuphead is representative of. It's like, look, there's all these indie games out there. There's all these games you haven't heard of. Let me show you what these games are like, at least for the single player ones. More to the point, like I just mentioned with Super Bunny Man, like I said, I like meeting new people. I like playing games with others. That's actually something, another thing I learned gaming wise, is that my favorite thing to do in gaming is to play games with others. It's not to play the single player game. So it's hilarious that I play as many single player games on the channel as I do. That is one of the other reasons why I started streaming, is because I have like 1,000 games in my Steam library, plus all the ones I just gained another one in like my GOG library today, all the ones in my Epic library. I have so much to play, and like I probably wouldn't get to it otherwise. Not necessarily meant people who are in essence intelligent but have difficulties admitting lack of knowledge publicly because how they were raised. That makes sense too, I will say. Actually, I had that as did I? Oh, here. Let me pull up some very specific clips. We're gonna pause. We're gonna turn the song lower, and we'll continue it from here in a moment. But like, let me show you when I am at my best on this stream. Let me pull up. Yoink yoink. Mute this for a moment. For every statement made about people, there's an asterisk with a footnote. Oh, okay. Let's make sure we have volume. I get a little lower. We're going to make the screen bigger. We're going to pull up the video wall again. Let's watch a couple clips from my last birthday clip show together. What do we got? Screen capture. Okay, perfect. So let's transfer over. Yeah, let's just watch one of the games that I played during my last birthday streams.
Oh, that was a long one.
Great. One shot. Great. Easy.
Fantastic. We're crushing it.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, my connection is so bad.
Yeah, I should mention Had is from Indonesia, so we'll see how this works out.
Oh boy.
Oh no,
shit.
That's no. Okay, great.
That escalated quickly.
Yeah,
Oh
sure
my
did.
word.
I should mention, no one here knows what they're doing.
If I had the latency that we did with the playtest, it would have been tragic.
Oh my god.
That's the case with me earlier. That's the case with me earlier.
I'm nauseous. Okay.
Nah, no.
Okay, no, we're fine.
My
We're
God,
gaming.
you got it.
We're gaming.
Yep.
No.
Oh my God.
Thank God, okay.
It swapped twice, and I think it's there, but I'm not positive. Yeah. Yeah. Oh God.
That was impressive.
Oh, yeah. Wait. There we go.
No.
Okay. All right. Best of luck to both of us. Like I said, just not getting it in the black hole is I count as a win right now. Well, about that.
I feel like I was the worst shot, but I got lucky
Yeah,
that I
got
couldn't
rewarded
hit the
for
black
it.
hole either.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh God.
Why is it tilting? I don't like this. I don't like the tilting. No, Sean, I need you to mess up. I need you to stop. I don't want to do this. Anymore. I don't want to keep jumping like that. Oh my God.
Well played.
I hated that. As long as you're not like, oh, I'm at the hammer.
Ooh.
So I am still here. I like have to go. For those who don't realize, I am the dragon fruit here. Just Kataya. It is the dragon fruit. I did not hold that for long enough. Oops. Okay. But let's head back. Just chatting. Oh, let's take off studio mode. Okay, just chatting. So there was like a couple things that I kind of wanted to bring up about that. First off, game that no one here has probably heard of, Judo Fury. It's a game that like I only found online, just scouring through local multiplayer game forums on there's a subreddit for that. It's made by a single developer. So like love to be able to show that off for them. But also like you might notice in that clip just how much I'm like laughing. Like that I mentioned it during the birthday streams, but like that is far and away my like favorite time of year because it's this time where I'm able to do all the things that I love. I'm able to show off something new to people. Also let me turn the music back on because like I said before, it feels lonely without it. Yeah, everyone has an amazing time on your birthday stream. Exactly. It's like it's this combination of gathering people together, introducing new people to one another, you know, trying to just get that the community that I said before, to gather that community together in one place for like one cause, to yeah, like I said, we just like dig around. Another thing to notice, do you notice how I like lost in most of those clips? But like that wasn't important to me. I don't care about the fact that I'm losing, even though like I said, I'm blah blah blah, good at video games, whatever. It doesn't mean that I constantly feel the need. It's like, oh well, I have to win at everything. If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. An actual Breaker variety show. Yeah, there's just something about it. It's like that's who I want to be as a person, and that's who when I feel the most like myself is during those streams. So, with that on all that point, it's I mentioned before that I wanted to like express why it's been a struggle streaming. Obviously, there's a certain portion of the struggle streaming where it's like, I obviously need to work on my finances first, so I can only do that so often. So the only streams I did this year were the Silk Song streams, and then this stream right now, plus my birthday stream, plus whatever I did very early in the year. Unfortunately, the cliche, it's all about the fun we had along the way. But for me, like I said, like, let's talk about the more taboo side of this. It's, the parts that you're not supposed to talk about when you're streaming on Twitch. It's like I said, in the time I run a stream, and then every time I lose yet another follower. Luckily, I've been doing so much networking recently. I gained, for those who were there for the list, I had to read off like 30 people who followed since September. But it's like, just to constantly have to like lose someone new every time, to sometimes have to just sit here and chat for fundamentally talking to. It's not a brick wall. Like I said, I know people are listening, but with no response back, it's just gets difficult sometimes to have to feel like I need to be entertaining to nothing, And so it's had just been a struggle. Like I said, I streamed every day last year. Well, not every day last year. I streamed every day of September. If you look at the Twitch tracker link, I streamed a lot. But like, I can't get like 1,000 people who want to support and follow. There was just like a certain element of it that started becoming really exhausting. So I try when I can. When I feel mentally prepared enough for it, and like all of these feelings aren't overwhelming me, that I feel positive, that I don't feel that like my negativity is gonna wash over me and like affect my gameplay and affect the things that I'm saying on stream. That's why the birthday streams are always the good ones, because I know that that's a positive experience for me. Yeah, and Berto, it's like that's it's the reason why I really try as desperately as I can to support others. So many people in here should know, that are streamers should know, that I come to their streams no matter if there's like 20 people or 2 people. Like if even I'm the only one talking. I can only do that because I only have so much time across so many streams. Across so many streamers. So like sometimes you'll see me lurking in chat, and that's because I am tabbed in just to make sure that that's the way in which I can support someone. My thing isn't a financial thing. I feel drained because of work and my home situation. I'm just mentally drained. I don't want to spread that to whoever shows up. Absolutely. And that's kind of one of the points I want to make. It's like I've been expressing all day today, just like I said, I know that I would like to feel that I come across as someone who is pretty stoic and has their shit together at any given time. And like I just want to express, it's like people contain multitudes, right? But everyone that you pass by is far more interesting than you could ever realize. And so it's, some people struggle, and like when you do struggle, there's a certain element to that where that like mentality can, like you said, it can start seeping out, and then it brings others down. Brutal mentality, emotionally, financially. Well, why do we love it so? Just wanted to second your comment about feeling the need to be entertaining when nobody's speaking back. Definitely an anxiety I've contended with. Yeah, it's. I've become better. I feel one thing that streaming has done for me that I wasn't looking for when I started streaming is I'm very good about being able to say the things that I'm thinking about in my head. Because so often in real life, I am extroverted in the sense that I like holding gatherings and gathering people together. I can have a party where 100 people came to it. That'd be great. But if I'm in a situation where I go to someone else's party and I don't know anyone, I can be so introverted and just sitting there and listening. And so, people think that I don't want to talk. It's just trying to find what to say to a public audience. And so streaming has kind of helped me with that, of getting out of my comfort zone slightly and trying to say the things that are on my mind. Part of the downside to online interaction, also not able to hear people's voices and intonation about yes, yeah, totally. Because trying to read chat and you don't really without a kappa next to it or whatever, trying to pick up on whether someone's being sarcastic or being genuine. Really trying hard to let go of all my negative feelings and expectations. So much of this platform is random and unpredictable. Yes, totally. I frequently told people and myself to keep talking no matter how many people or who's there. So I blocked out the viewer count, but not seeing chat interacting makes it absolutely. It's like I said, it helps. It helps for this stream because I asked people ahead of time. I'm like, please, I need people to chat with. None of what I'm saying works without this back and forth dialogue with others. Otherwise, I'm just sitting here like I said before, I'm just preaching and monologuing, and that's not what I'm looking for. I like talking to people. I like having interesting conversations. That's more than anything that. This is going to come back to Frozen stream, and like I said, having 8,000 chat messages in there, and it's going to come back to the point I wanted to make about working. I know what Frozen does for a living. He's told me. Whether he wants to share it in here in chat is up to him. I won't for the moment. The point is that I didn't play Fall Guys, which is the game that I met him through, for a 2-year time span, and I wasn't talking to him about Fall Guys, especially because he was playing other games like Magic the Gathering at one point, and I haven't played Magic since the 90s. I also, however, haven't been talking with him about his work either. He and I have long conversations at length about interest, philosophy, about this large span of things that we can be talking about with one another. The thing I wanted to bring up for work is it's something I mentioned in his chat the other day. I hate the fact that as a society we have determined that the way in which we introduce one another, introduce ourselves to one another, is you ask the other person, what is it you do for a living? The problem with what do you do for a living is it is a good question if the other person has an interesting job and they enjoy what it is that they're doing, and if they find that job matches with their identity of who they are as a person. But like I said before, so many people, the only reason that they're working at all is because they need to, because they need finances, they need to be able to do the things that they actually want to do. Look at people, let me sit quietly. I'll tell you right now and admit it, I happen to like your voice, so one of the there's a certain ASMR quality, and I enjoy coming to your stream just to listen to you. I work to pay bills, defines too many people, right? And so if someone has an interesting job, if they're like a skydiving instructor, that was the thing that came up in Frozen chat. It's like, well, yes, if they're a skydiving instructor and they enjoy skydiving, then yeah, that's a cool job and it's a cool thing to talk about. But so often it's like, that doesn't tell you who someone is as a person, though. Like, you're not learning anything about them. Just think right now, for the past almost 4 hours that I've been talking, how little you probably knew about any of the things about myself that I've been saying. But people are interesting, and they're far more interesting, I feel, than a question of, so what is it that you do for a living? That's just a personal thing, but that is the reason why I just fundamentally don't like that question. So, I think I might have just accidentally segued perfectly into the next thing that I wanted to talk about. And especially while Ty is here, because like I like I said, I do actually want to get into this. So, to that whole point, I had a conversation with one of my friends, and he has been experiencing some extreme imposter syndrome lately. And you know what? Because we're at almost the 4-hour mark, because this is going to be a new topic, as long as everyone can like wait 3 minutes, I have the 3-minute ad button up one more time. Let's go ahead. We'll go over. We'll do three more minutes of ads, and then we can talk about like these last couple topics that I wanted to talk about. So, with that stated, let's turn the music down, and yeah, give me like roughly 3 minutes. I might grab something to eat or something on the way, and then we'll be back in just a bit. All right, let's get this guy. I still don't even have the dive fish because I know where that is. That'd be ideal if I could find the leash sometime soon. Oops, a daisy. Alright, let's actually do the scarab here first. Oh, hey, the leash. Okay, well...
What is this place? This is the shop. It doesn't look like the shop. I look like a shopkeeper? Yes. Anyways, so I'm this mystic. I'm this mystic character who will be mentoring and supporting you on your epic quest to save the world. All you need to do is take the scroll to the top of the faraway mountain where 3 sages. My order will be waiting for you. The order? Slow down. That was way too much text for one dialogue box. Oh good, they're already breaking the 4th wall. It's ice cold beer. Oh no.
Oh gosh.
Is that just to get a new bowl?
Maybe.
No, I need to go. You need to go down. Okay.
Oh, wait.
I'm watching it. I'm watching it. Okay. Okay.
Ding.
First try. Holy.
Let's go.
The goose is, the goose is flipping the table.
That's a
Why
one-person
are you pissed
job.
off at me? Leave me alone.
This?
Oh wait, this card needs to go. There we go.
How fucking dare. Oh, that's how you do it. That's how you get in and out.
I think that was going to be a problem getting out of the spike section. Okay. Okay. All of that movement felt good. Okay. All of my movement thus far on this run has felt really good. Alright, we'll wait this out. GG's. Oh god. Oh god, it's turning into Flowey. Everything's pink. Oh god, it's dubstep. The most evil of all the musics. Ow! Okay, glad that I moved away from the side of the screen. No, I need to be over here somewhere. No, ow. We're not doing so hot at the moment. Even though the level is, oh god, almost over. Here's fine. Here's fine. Oh god. Okay. Stand in the middle. Act like you belong.
Oh, that's gonna happen.
Alright, welcome back everyone. Alright, let's see if we can continue the music right where we were. Okay. Okay, yeah, do feel free to let me know if you're still here, and we can kind of get right back into where we were. I'm just kind of prepping some other stuff. But essentially, identity. Let's actually talk about identity and like struggling with identity and struggling to be comfortable in your own skin. So yeah, my buddy, one of my friends here, is AUDHD, so autistic and ADHD combined, amongst the many other, whatever he's contending with. And so he has a bit of imposter syndrome. He's a developer here, and so that was what like brought on a lot of this conversation, like why I wanted to do this stream. Is he's about to be out of work in like 2 months, and he'll go to these places. First off, he has this problem where he'll go to an interview and and they're like, oh well, why aren't you paying attention, or blah blah blah. And it's like, that's, if it's not that he's not paying attention, it's he's trying to deal in that case with his like autism. It's like, and the more interviews he's doing, the more he's said it outright. He's like, I'm sick of being constantly shit on, just because these are things that I personally have to deal with. And then more to the point, he was also concerned because he feels like as a result of being a developer, it's like it has made him, it has defined who he is as a person. But that goes so against my personal philosophy, because I'm like, wait, do you understand like all of the things that you do and you enjoy? There's a point that I want to make about that, but let's get to that in a moment. Here's the thing. It's like, I also have not imposter syndrome about it, but I have struggles because, like, obviously I'm into computers, and so there's a certain element to that makes me a nerd. Scape, who was in here before, also in computers. They're making some like computer references, and so I can go through those references just fine. But if I'm but a lot of my friends like very nerdy things, and they're just like out of my interest. I couldn't tell you my favorite Star Wars. I've only seen like essentially the 3 of them, 4, 5, and 6. Starting with the actual Star Wars. I haven't seen all the Star Treks. I don't care about. I've seen most, not all, the Harry Potters. I've seen one of the Lord of the Rings. I do not care about fantasy. I don't play D&D. Like I said, I stopped playing Magic the Gathering in 1995. And so, I'm not into board games. It's like, yeah, I call myself a nerd, but then what is a quote unquote nerd if I don't enjoy all of these nerdy things and like doing nerdy things, and like how am I supposed to, going to the point that I was making about trying to make friends with others. You know, my friends, oh yeah, damn, those are all, yeah, like I already was discussing before, I have this struggle where I know everyone, but I don't have like a best friend. Like I have a lot of friends and no board games, you monster. I like video games. I once did a Katamari Damacy stream a while ago where I discussed exactly why I'm not into board games. So I can link to that later. I have very distinct reasons for it. It's just that the very short version is video games already have all the rules built into them. There's no like weird cases that you have to like figure out. And it's like, oh well, this rule just came up, and now let's go over to the rule book and spend the next 40 minutes arguing about what the intention was in this rule book. Anyway, I could really go off piece for a long time about that. So what's it called? Yeah, it's just, it's like, yeah, I identify as a nerd, quote unquote, but I'm not really. I wouldn't say that the activities that I enjoy are like fundamentally nerdy, and I have nerdy friends, but they do enjoy those things. So like, how am I supposed to reconcile that? How do you have friends who enjoy playing D&D and enjoy watching a Lord of the Rings marathon or whatever it is, and it's like you want to spend time with them, but you're so like out of your own comfort zone of what it is that you enjoy doing. It's like the reverse of what I was saying before about nerd is such a vague label. We are all, yeah, and of course, my point is I'm only talking about like the blanket statement, stereotypical like nerdy things. I more to the point, I'm talking about the things where like where my friends will have an interest in something and I just don't share that same interest. That's all I really mean by that. Ultimately, it just so happens that a lot of the like stereotypical things are just ones that I'm not into. So I was talking to my one friend back and forth about it. I always thought being a nerd just meant you like to learn. And, you know, there's a certain element of that too. And I mentioned that before, is that I'm very, very big on learning. I love learning new things. I don't know if you were here for that part of the combo, but it's like, yeah, everything that you see here, you're listening to music I made when I learned how to make music. You're looking at a scene from that I made from learning how to make Photoshop. If you watch my channel trailer, I made my channel trailer. It's, you know, we love learning, like you just said. So, but I told my buddy, I'm like, look, you aren't defined by your workplace. Everyone, like I said before, everyone contains multitudes. Everyone is interesting in their own way, and you know, your passions and hobbies, those are like what really make you who you are. And if you just saw that from like of everyone, you could see like what, like, not that you can distill people down just to like the few things that they do, but my point is there's more to a person than just like a couple lines on a resume or like on a dating profile or whatever. So after having this like long back and forth identity conversation with him, let me, oh, not that. You can see my like many notes over there. But here, let's do just setting. So let's do the studio mode thing. Let us pull up the video wall. Oh, I actually need to hide the screen capture for this one. Okay, so let us transition over, and I can explain what ended up happening. So after having this long conversation with him, I'm like, you know what? Christmas is coming up, and I know Photoshop. And after this conversation, you know what I would love to do? Let me make an artwork just for him, just to show. It's like, now, admittedly, I did use AI for portions of it, and I'll explain in a moment. But I'm like, let me make a painting that he'd be able to like look at and see. Ooh, love the hog nose. But what's it called? This is like, this describes my friend to a T. He has this the little snake. Yeah. Well, I was gonna get to each of the things. So, like, he loves cats more than probably anything in the world. He's one of those people who has shirts that say "Cat Dad," and he has a shirt that says like, show me pictures of your cats, that kind of thing. He is into like D&D and tabletop, hence the thing on the bottom right. Game Changer from Dropout on the bottom left. The Amazing Digital Circus on the left side. His biggest passions are aviation, hence the plane on the top left. The 3D printing on the top right. He's very big into pens, mid right. He's very, very big into mechanical keyboards, bottom right. The snake specifically is a representation from the video called Danger Noodle. Him and I formed a trivia team years ago and actually called ourselves Danger Noodle, because he and I are so like, we're so into memes, and so like that alone is just like a representation of like, the Fesh Pinsa Blair YouTube poop, that kind of thing. Like, that's so who he and I both are, and I'm like, look, this is who you really are. Forget your work. Forget your like self-doubts. Like, I want you to have this and be able to look at it. And so I started making some more for some of my other friends. Oh, there we go. So this one, it happens to be Strawberry Bones, who was in chat earlier. Her love of gardening, Lethal Company. She makes she has a dice making business, where she actually like makes resin dice. She is big on volunteering and tea and the musical Cats, and the Spirited Away. That is specifically her favorite like third party character in Spirited Away. The what's it called, the Radish Spirit. I started making for other friends, and I started making this entire rainbow for all of my friends. This one who is originally from New York, and so he has family over there and is constantly traveling back and forth between New York and Oregon, is into metal and pickleball, climbing, churros, weed, because we're in Portland. It's big on like doing network and hardware setups, is into drumming and into Overwatch. I made one for Puffly, who was in here earlier. That one includes his Twitch channel on the bottom left, his and his girlfriend's dogs are on the bottom right. Going from the top right, disc golf, nacho fries. He literally, if he could, would make his pronouns he, him, nacho fries. He's also into drumming, Freerin, anime on Netflix, and Yoshi's Island, apparently his favorite game. I made one for my friend, the Princess 55. Some people might know her as well. Her Twitch channel on the top left, her giant love of cucumbers. Top right is like from is a AI inspired thing from one of her favorite songs. She's been getting into hiking recently. She's into DBD and Fortnite. Bottom right, mid left, she's into both Halloween and Christmas. And the bottom left is like her biggest thing that she's into now, which is her volunteer, her not-for-profit organization that she started. And so I made this entire rainbow, and I'm like, well, let me save one for myself at the very end. Oop, there we go. So here's me. And so you going through a couple things around here. Top left is mango sticky rice, because I'm that's like my food is not just that, but like all Thai food in general. Berto can attest to that if he's still here. The number of times, like 4 times a week, that I would eat Thai food in the past. Into puzzles, as I said before, so I represented that with Tetris, obviously puzzles and video games. Good, I was gonna write if Thai food wasn't there. Bottom left, there's various playbills. Bonus points. I won't say what's underneath it, but all of those are distinct playbills that are in there. Obviously Avenue Q at the top because that happens to be my favorite musical. Yes, more than Wicked. Yes, even though they both came out the same year, but Avenue Q did end up winning the Tony for best musical for that year. There's the main character from the Cirque du Soleil show, Kuzo, which was the first of the Cirque du Soleil shows that I saw live, and then I started going to all of the Cirque du Soleil shows. You can see in the top middle, like I was saying before, about all my creative endeavors on my computer. Obviously, the break room here, doing video editing, doing Photoshop and image editing. The show Taskmaster on the top right. There's my music creation on my iPad. So not Red Rocks in Utah. So that is Sedona, Arizona. That's I want to say Cathedral Rock from Sedona. And specifically, I put it inside of a rear view mirror because I am in love with taking long road trips across the U.S. And Sedona happens to be my favorite city in the U.S. to visit. Obviously, I love Portland here. And then there's one that I have skipped over purposely. And there's an upside-down pineapple in the top right. So, getting back to identity. Sorry, this is one of the harder things for me to say out loud. Anyone in chat happen to know what an upside-down pineapple is and represents without Googling? You happen to know that one ahead of time? Because I can tell you right now, it relates very closely with the next point that I want to make. Negative. Yeah, so upside down pineapples are right side up pineapples and upside down pineapples both have separate meanings. A right side up pineapple in a home is a or elsewhere. It's very big in hotels because it's a sign of hospitality. An upside down pineapple is something that you put either on within your home or on your cruise ship or whatever to indicate that you are a swinger and are interested in the swinging lifestyle with others. And some people know that about me, and a lot of people don't. And it's something I'm really not comfortable. I'm not comfortable saying. Like, it's something I identify with. I consider it part of my identity, but like, sorry, saying all this just really dried up the back of my throat. It's but you're not the first person that's in. No, and I'm sure I'm not. But there's a certain element of being. I'm comfortable mostly with who I am. I am comfortable with being the age that I am. I'm comfortable being 44 and saying that age. I'm comfortable being 275 pounds, 280 pounds, and admitting what my weight is. People are fat. You know, if people are fat, they're fat. Whatever. I get very uncomfortable being someone who is older, quote unquote, online. And all I mean by that is I don't consider myself old, but obviously I understand that within the people who I meet online, oftentimes I will be the oldest one within a chat room, for example. To have that when there's like a certain element of ageism that exists online, combined with the sheer amount of fatism that exists online, if I admit that I'm a swinger, there's something about me that immediately feels judged. It's like the people on which they don't want to hear about. They don't want to hear that someone older is having sex. They definitely don't want to hear that someone fat had sex. Like, there's like a certain, like, people just like I said, just saying it, there's something in my mind that perceives like I would be judged just for saying that. It feels like I would lose followers for saying that people be like, whoa, that's too much for me to hear. Sorry, wait from a keyboard you're listening. No, not a problem, Ty. And so there's this like back and forth with me of, well, it's something it's part of who I am. It's part of my identity, but I'm not comfortable saying it from the immediate feeling as though others will immediately make a judgment call about me. And so that, more than anything, was the reason why I started gravitating towards the LGBTQIA community. Because think about that for a moment. An entire community who has an identity, and they feel that the moment that they say out loud what their own identity is, that they're immediately going to be judged by others and perceived by others. And I didn't think it was swingers, but I wasn't sure if I remembered the pineapple thing properly. Fair enough. But yeah, I am not part of the LGBTQI community, as stated. And so as a result, I don't want to pretend like I'll ever be able to fully, I'll never experience what they have to go through. But I can at least relate in that like small portion of me of either being uncomfortable with your own identity in like the things that, you know, that you feel make yourself you, and like not wanting to say those things, not feeling comfortable being able to say those things out loud to others. So I don't know. Sorry, like, is it and so the funny thing about it is I'll hang out on even those streams. Like I said, I hang out on Ty's stream all the time. I hang out with a number of other streamers. Like over half of my mod team here, at least one of them is bi, one of them is either bi or pan, one gay, out of I think only like 5 mods total. But it's like, if I go to an LGBTQIA stream, you know, oftentimes they can be promiscuous or highly sexual, and it's just hilarious because I sit there and I think to myself, like, I'm actually an incredibly sexual person outside of being online, or at least still online, just in other places. But I almost feel like I can't. I often judge communities and going to judge you. People can learn a lot from the entire spectrum of LGBTQI experiences. Yeah, of course. And so that's why I hang out there. And it's like, but it's just funny because it's a community that I can gravitate towards, but also, you know, that community could also be like, oh, straights, ew. It's like, well, yeah, but I am straight. Or, sorry, if I cry here, I cry. It's just, you know, I can hang out on those streams and just think that they're being so sexual, but I feel like I can't be, and I can't join in on the conversation because, again, I have this own personal fear as though I'm going to be judged in some way against a community that, like Ty just said, an often judged community isn't going to judge you. So yeah, I do what I can when I mean the asshole shit. And of course I do know that. I obviously, you know, there's like a certain type, and I get it. Again, everything you need to know about my politics is what I said before, is that I used to live in Florida and I live in Portland, Oregon now. Like, that tells you everything. And so these are so it's something that, like, I hear a lot, even like in real life, from people over here. It's like the people IRL here, they feel the same way. It's like, yeah, I get it. If I go too far out of Portland and I see the people who are there, it's like, I get it. So, sorry, like I said, just saying all this is kind of like taking a bit of the wind out of me. But yeah, so it also, there is a certain element where you could kind of, it makes sense that today it's good to hear that you associate politics with identity. Yeah, well, I mean, that is a part of it too, right? Like, it is part of the reason why I moved up here. Is I needed to find, like, my set of people who I personally identify with, you know. But yeah, the whole swinger thing, it's like, it makes sense when you start thinking about what I was saying before about my my philosophies, and like, if I don't believe that there's life after death, if I believe that once you pass, that it's the same as before you were born, that there's nothing there, that means that, and that time is like your most important resource that you have to work with, then you can only do what's best to make, you can only use your time as wisely as you can, and try to enjoy what life you have. So that's where my materialism comes from. It's also where my hedonism comes from. It's like, well, this is all I have to work with, you know, however many years that I have. Like, this, I want to be able to use them to at least enjoy my time while I'm here on Earth. So, and so the other thing about all of that, though, is that, like I said, so while I am fundamentally materialistic and like having all the toys and blah blah blah, but due to my financial struggles, I've had to, like, start selling stuff on, you know, selling stuff online, to just to be able to gain some money back. And due to a number of reasons, pandemic included and otherwise, I personally haven't had sex now in 6 years or more. It's either 6 or 7. And it's like, if these are things I'm associating my identity with, and I'm losing my toys, and I'm, you know, not able to participate in the intimate activities that I want to participate in, it feels like I'm losing a bit of my identity and, like, who I feel I am as a person. And so, like, that's just been my latest struggle. It's like, if I have all the things that I want to do and I identify with, and I'm not doing them, then who am I? So, but that's kind of everything specific to identity. I would say the last major thing, and we might actually make it an under 5-hour stream. I wasn't sure. I had all these notes. I wasn't sure if today was gonna be a 1-hour stream or a 9-hour stream. So to make it right in between on a 5-hour, if we do this in 5 hours today, then that would be perfect for my purpose. Plus, then we'll be at like 2 o'clock for lunch. That'd be great. So I think it's finally time to talk about Fall Guys. Anyone still here? Anyone still who plays Fall Guys? Who what's it called? Wants to hear about, like, there's like a specific reason I bring up Fall Guys thing. Unfortunately, one of the people who the Fall Guys thing came up with most was Jordan. The earlier in stream, that was J&E Gaming, who I do want to make sure that he gets a shout out as well, because Jordan is great, someone who I've known for a long time. Yeah, he's someone who I followed him. He helped me with some stuff on my Discord server, and it was some stuff I was going to share out related to Fall Guys, and I ultimately not only didn't, but ended up unfollowing him, unfollowing the Fall Guys community, and left a whole bunch of Discords and whatnot. And so what's it called? We had this long chat about it, and about what exactly happened, and it's related to a lot of the stuff that I said today. And so I think today's the day where I actually discuss what happened, why. Again, this is more personal reasons, but why is it that for someone who wants to be so supportive, who wants to make friends, who wants to be able to talk to others, who etc., like, especially because I was, at a time when I was more financially stable, I was able to like constantly show support that way. Also, I have like what's it called, the founders badge in so many Fall Guys channels. I mod for so many people. So why is it that I would unfollow so many people on that I met on here? Why not show my support anymore? Let's start real quickly by actually discussing like what things I did for the Fall Guys community, for those who don't know. So ages ago, back in like 2021 probably, there was a time in Fall Guys. Let's pull up the video wall. I won't have like an exact video of this. Oh, actually, no. You know what I do have though? I think I took a picture. Let me see if. Let me just look through here very quickly. Did I put it in here under photos? Full body. No. That's fine. We're gonna do this on the fly. I have literally a thing here of Fall Guys. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, that's too big. Okay. Let's move this picture down a bit, and then I can actually share my screen. Okay. So, ages ago in Fall Guys, there were these 3-word names that all of us got. Notice that mine above my head there is called Upbeat Gaming Night. And like I had showed off earlier, the very reason why I kept the name Upbeat Gaming Night is actually twofold, not onefold like I told people. The gaming night thing has to do with all of those like four-player multiplayer games that I like sharing with other people. The Upbeat is very much has to do with the fact that, like I said, I that is something. After being in the household that I was in, where there was just like constantly nothing but yelling back and forth between my mother and father, I'm like, no, this is negativity that I need out of my life for forever. And so I specifically like, you got that as a random name if you were a PC player back in the day. But I kept it as Upbeat Gaming Night. It happens that in this particular photo, if you look like a couple beans to the right, there's a blue player jumping up. That's also Upbeat Gaming Night, which is the reason why I took this original video. That was me actually trying to wave to them, and I have like the full video is on Reddit. But if you notice, there's a number of people in the lobby who have those 3-word names. Oh, whoops! 1 second. The video up to 7. And so I ended up making on a website. Actually, I probably shouldn't have gone away from that screen. Let's just takes forever to go through all this stream capture. Okay. Transition over. So I made a website back then called Fall Guys Names, a searchable database of players. Look, I made a thing, fallguysnames.com. Website itself doesn't exist anymore. But ever wonder who's behind the bean? Site contains blah 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 blah. Essentially what it says down here is because of my love of building communities and trying to get people to meet with one another, the purpose why I built the website was because the 3-word names were just randomly generated. But you know, sometimes there's Twitch streamers, they actually actively want people to come over, or there's people on Discord. It's like, this was again, Fall Guys came out during like the heaviest part of the pandemic. Like, people wanted connection with one another, and I not only wanted to connect myself, but I wanted to facilitate that connection with other people. I just realized I can keep pressing the transition back and forth. That was the actual real reason why I made the Fall Guys Names website. It was a site that, for those who might be listening or watching and aren't in the know, it became very popular. Because now it was the only way to, in the game, to actually be able to know who the hell it was that you were playing with or against, and like to be able to talk to someone and actually like say GG. Again, because I'm constantly just trying to meet new people and say hi and be friendly with others, I built the site as like my own reference to be able to find people and, you know, find their Twitch channels and say hello. I would venture to say that if you were a Fall Guys streamer in 2021 to 2022, if you were a Fall Guys streamer, I saw you in my game, if you were to do /user_breaker1, at minimum I will have said hello in your chat. Because that's who I am. If I see someone and I recognize that person, I want to go over. I want to say hello. I want to, again, I want to like build new friendships and talk to new people. There's also another side of this where people who were on the site ruined it slightly for me, in that they're like, oh well, you have this list of all these people and you know who they are, you should have another column saying if they're a grabber, and have like a shit list for them. It's like, I'm already trying to avoid so much negativity. I would gain a little, I had a bit of resentment towards those who were like, oh well, you know, this person is a shitty person because they grabbed me in a video game. Like, Fall Guys is a video game that only has fundamentally 3 buttons. The Fall Guys community kind of ate itself up. Yeah. The game has 3 buttons. It has jump, it has dive, and it has grab. Like, there's two things you can do about you can play passively, but if you play passively, there are going to be players. It's a game, like for fun. Yeah, and so there's going to be people who play the game, who are grabby, and those who aren't. But if you're someone who isn't grabby, you can either sit there and bitch and complain about it, and like place the blame on everyone else for being grabbers, or you can get good at grabbing and then just like anytime that they do it, you do it yourself. But in either situation, what you shouldn't be doing is complaining, because to your point that you just said, Ty, it's a game. It's for fun. It's like, if people want to grab, that's fine. If people don't want to grab, that's also fine. In my case, it's actually why I learned how to speedrun all these different rounds. So City, who was in here before, he likes the game because he saw that there was the potential to have an entire esports made out of it, and he's big into esports. For me, I just wanted to be able to play with friends, but I became friends with City. City knew how to speedrun all this stuff, so I started learning from City. Well, how do I speedrun all this stuff? Now, I can just avoid any of the grabbers by running faster than them. So I would speedrun through each of the levels. We ended up playing in tournaments together, and so I also learned how to become very good at grabbing. When I play, I personally play passively. I just want, because I'm trying to build relationships with other people all the time and talk to them, I don't want to grab them. I want to be able to go in, and if they beat me, they beat me, and I'll be able to go and say GG. There's like a certain disgusting mentality that you like need to win in this game. Like, no, right now no one's playing that game to begin with. I say that, but like, if you actually look at the numbers happen to be okay. It's just on Twitch, there's just a lot less people who are playing it on here, so it's a bit harder to connect with others. But yeah, like I said, I built like a slight bit of resentment, not for just for that. But here's the other thing about that website. The way in which you had to, when I first built the website, I made it where you could put your own 3-word name in, and put in your own Discord link and your Twitch or your YouTube or your Twitter or however people could find you. But obviously that was abused almost immediately, and so I took that ability away. I reverted the database to how I originally had it, which was only like an hour prior to them trying to ruin it. And I put at the bottom of the site, look, if you want to be added to this site, here's my name in Discord, here's how to add me. Go ahead and message me, I'll be more than happy to add you to the site. And a lot of people did. And I met a lot of people that way. The problem is, somehow, even though there was a number of people who were using the site, and like many, I would then later go into Twitch channels and be like, oh yeah, I made this site, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, wait, you're the person who made that site? There was like so much of a disconnect, and there was so much of this disconnect between, here's this resource that someone has made for me, and them actually knowing who the person was behind it. That like, oh wait, someone invested a whole bunch of like time and research and blah 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 to make this resource that I can use. And so I felt like, I felt a bit used, I guess would be the best word, of like, look, I did all of this, I did this on my own time and for free. I not looking. I even said that I wasn't looking for like donations, tips, or anything like that, because again, I made it as a free site to be a free site. But it would, in my head, like, it'd be nice for you to at least say hello or thank you or something. Just say something. Just be like, well, here's the person who's behind this. So that's why I made the Fall Guys name site. Originally, it was very much a personal thing for me to actively try building community like I've been trying to do for years of my life. So then, like I said, I was doing tournaments with City, and we got ourselves into a tournament called Bean Bash, which is run by someone named JR, her Nightwalker. And he ran Bean Bash right when Season 5 was about to come out in Fall Guys. For those, again, who don't know, Season 5 in Fall Guys was the season when they released their jungle theme. And so there's a bunch of new rounds that they released. Ones that I don't like. But one that they released that for then was called Lost Temple. And Lost Temple is this map that feels incredibly random. It's a bunch of doors that you have to open, and no one understood it. And again, this new season was just about to come out, just before a tournament, and like me and my team of 3 other friends were all gonna have to like on the fly figure out how the stupid level worked. So I invested all my time and effort. I'm like, well, first let me figure out, for the purposes of our team, like how this level works. And so I started researching it and figuring out how the pathing works and like how certain doors work and how to move through certain rooms. And so I collected all this information together, and then we went through the tournament. The tournament itself didn't go well, but I now had all of this information that I collected. I put all of it together. I threw it into my Discord, and I shared it with the community, because again, it's like, look, I have knowledge. I have a bunch of stuff that is useful for other people to look at, that they can use for their own purposes, whether it's for tournaments, they just want to get more wins, whatever the reason is. And so, funny enough, I was just looking up the other day. Let me see here. I have the link for this down here. Let's open this up. We will mute it, and we'll just immediately transition over. Here we go. So this here is my buddy Mallet Master. If you see here at the top here, Mallet Master Lost Temple Study Session. He is currently in the Break Room Discord on his stream over here. The stream which occurred however many years ago this was. And he literally spent an entire hour going through every last little bit of like what I had in here. Because again, I for as much effort as I put in, just to be able to like learn from it and see, see all of this information, see the hard work that was put into it. So now here's the question. Why is it that if I know how to make a website, why would I put all of that information into a Discord when I could just make yet another website and post all of it over there? Well, like I said, I already went to the site and I went through all this time and effort that it could have been used for a multitude of other purposes, only to like scarcely been given a thanks over it. Like just oh hey, you did a great job. Okay, great, I appreciate it. That's it. So I wanted to put it in a location where it's like, you know what? Now you have to interface with me. Now you have to understand that I exist as a person. That like, oh, by the way, I'm also a streamer. You should come by over there. You should say hi. If you like all of the things that I'm making for others, including yourself, then feel free. I have an at everyone go off for when my Discord notifications go off. And while I understand that there's certain people who are going to mute the at everyone, that's the reason why it's an at everyone. It's like, I just need people to understand that, like, oh yeah, by the way, there's a human being that's behind all of these things. And not like in this particular instance, I'm that human being. It'd be nice just to at least come over and say hello. That's all. Like, that's all I'd ever look for. So So we combine this like aspect, these aspects of building the first website and then people not really being able to find me somehow on a site that's dedicated to finding people. So then I purposely put the next bit of information that everyone's using into a Discord. Now it's forcing them to find me, but like they're not coming to my Twitch streams. They're coming in to use the information that I've gathered together for them, and that's it. And then leave. It's like there's a certain element of me starting to like feel used by all of this. I was continuing in tournaments. There was another tournament called Bean Brawl. In that tournament, that's actually in my channel trailer when I'm talking about Fall Guys in it and talking about the tournaments in it. I only participated in Bean Brawl 4 times, and I made the finals of that tournament twice. And yet, somehow, and that was like a large tournament for itself back in the day. And yet, like, somehow make it into the finals, no one seems to either know who I am or, people would start making tier lists of all like the best Fall Guys players. Like, nah, not Breaker. It was huge. So was Bean Bash. Yeah, but it's like, again, I would be there looking at the tier list that people would make, looking at people chatting about who the best players are. It's like, God forbid my name should ever show up in any of these. Even during Bean Brawl, like, at the very least, Lekka was good about that. She was the one who ran Bean Brawl, and she's like, oh yeah, by the way, this is the guy who ran the site. But it wasn't about like my skill in the game. It was just, oh well, he made the site for everyone. On the plus side, I at least felt seen, if nothing else. At least by her, and she was very good about like crediting me for that at minimum. But like the community as a whole, it was just getting more and more frustrating. More to the point, as a result of talking with City about learning how to speedrun all the different rounds and how to like grab or not be grabbed, desync, and all of this stuff. Because, like we've been discussing, being nerdy is all about learning. I loved learning all of these things. Also, hilariously, I do want to mention too, all that Lost Temple info, all of that info, first off, I hid it in the past year just to see if anyone would complain. I hid it. Literally no one noticed. I only just unhid it recently because a few people were happened to be interested that I talked to. But also, what I wanted to say is the learning how Lost Temple worked was far and away more interesting to me as someone who likes puzzles than actually playing that round. There's other rounds that I enjoy a lot more. So the biggest problem more than anything was, as I continued to play that game more and more, eventually I did the whole grind. I got Marvelous. And I thought that that's where I was going to quit. But here's the truth of the matter. There's a girl that I liked, that played it. And I mean, she liked me too, in fairness. And we spent lots and lots of time together, and so I got like an additional 1,000 crowns from Beyond Marvelous. But the biggest thing was I ingrained myself so much in that community, even though I've always actually been a variety streamer here. Like, my first game here was not Fall Guys. In fact, it wasn't even within my first like 10 games that I played on this channel. But I started knowing so much and talking to so many people. Fall Guys is a good game for it to be with partners and duos and fun shenanigans together. Totally, yes. but like what actually started happening is I now know so much, and again, I want to be helpful, but I would go into people's chats and I could feel myself being boring talking about levels and strategies and like, oh, what you need to do in this level. It's like I said earlier, people are far more interesting than the games they play. It's like I'd so much rather be talking about anything in the world than going through all these things. Unless if someone asks me, I am more than happy to tell them, what it is that would help them out. But what I don't want is to be that like person in chat who goes into like a single player game that's like, oh my god, Doki Doki Literature Club, I love this game. Don't you love Monica? Don't you like? And starts lore dumping and doing all of this stuff in chat, and like everyone else in chat is like, I don't give a shit about any of the stuff that you've come in and are starting to chat about. Like I just being around it was starting to make me feel like more and more of a boring person when I don't feel that I'm that boring of a person. So between the combination of that, the like girl that I liked, I say that she liked me. I mean, I have enough Discord messages back and forth on that. But like it almost felt like in public she wasn't willing to admit it, and I'm like, why aren't you willing to admit this when we're around other people? Is it because I'm older or fat, or like I started having my own personal identity problems again? I'm trying to be like, why? What is it about me that you can't just admit, like, oh yeah, this is, hey, Breaker over here, this is someone that I like. And so the being used by the feeling of being used by the community as a whole, combined with me becoming more and more boring, combined with feeling like the whole girl thing, it just upset me because I already have enough problems feeling like I'm not a person. I'm just like a thing that makes content for others. All of those, now you start combining that with like all of the job stuff that's happening in the background, and like my financial struggles and my struggles with work and other struggles with identity. I'm about to share a video that is that was me playing Fall Guys with microphone on. Sorry, this one's actually difficult. I'll share a good video first, just so you get to the idea of like what I'm normally like in Fall Guys and whatnot. But here, we're gonna turn the music down again. Let me open this. This video was dated, I believe it's December 24th, so Christmas Eve. No, this one was like 2 weeks prior. So this was December 15th no, that's when I clipped it. Maybe that's right. I don't know. But let me show you what Fall Guys had typically been like for me. This is me just talking off stream.
Nice shot. Oh, nice. That's probably gonna score. Ooh. Hello.
Like, that wasn't even my teammate. First off, no one can hear me in that. I'm talking that was me playing not on stream, you know, just playing in my house, playing some fall ball. I was playing, I think, with some friends, but like I didn't have any of them on Discord. But like you'll notice I'm being like supportive, saying nice shot to like some being who can't even hear me, right? But let me show you what Fall Guys eventually became for me. What happened? This is going to be like pulling off the pillowcases off your pillows and showing people how disgusting of a person you are and how yellow your pillows actually are. But like this, you might need to turn your headphones down. I'll tell you right now. Two balls on either side I'm dealing with. Alright, I cleared the one.
Oh! Fuck! Come on!
I can't express adequately how upsetting it was listening and watching that video. When I was going through making that fall ball tutorial video that I was talking about before. You got to understand that voice you heard, that's no one here will understand because they didn't hear it before. That's my fucking father coming out of my goddamn voice. That's the fucking rageaholic that I've been trying to avoid dealing with my entire goddamn life. And I couldn't take it anymore. Like Ty said, this is supposed to be an enjoyable, silly game that you're playing with others. Also, I need any kind of music back on right now. I don't even know what order this is gonna be. But like, I couldn't continue on. I couldn't continue playing and condoning a game that was putting me in in that kind of state. It's not who I am. It's so actively what I've been trying an entire goddamn lifetime to avoid. So here, let me minimize this. So like, unfortunately, I'll have to do some of this on the fly yet again. The next thing that I did, where's this other photo at? A beacon, right? Let's turn off. What was that? Oh, screen. Let's turn screen capture off. Okay. And here we go. Just need to make this a bit smaller and perfect. Okay. There's still people with feelings sitting good on you for recognizing your own behavior. Not everyone can see themselves and make changes. Yeah, it's like I said, it's something I've just been trying an entire fucking lifetime to avoid, you know? I don't know that you were here earlier for stream, but like my father was a giant piece of shit, and that voice was my goddamn father. So what I did was I tried the very first thing that I could. Twitch itself has some content preferences here, and I'm like, no, you know what? I'm done with this. Fall Guys is now another game I'm just not interested in. Just like DVD or World of Warcraft or League of Legends or Call of Duty, any of these other games, I'm like, I can't. I need to be the person that I want to be. I can't continue being around this game that like is only serving typically to be a comfort for me. I'm back on absolutely zero. Happy Sunday. I appreciate you, Jordan. I don't have a relationship with my dad. I can relate in some ways. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, if you want to see some batshit stuff, feel free to watch the VOD later about me talking about my parents. But yeah, Jordan, here like just in time for like the Fall Guys part, and exactly like Jordan got caught up in this. That you all heard the video I just played. I couldn't continue being part of all of that. So I tried my hardest to take Fall Guys out from like the games I was interested in. And what happened? Twitch at the time, luckily I think they've changed this around now, but they changed it. They had it at the time where they're like, oh, here's some games that you might enjoy streaming, and it was Fall Guys. Here's some other channels you might be interested in watching, and it was just a list of all Fall Guys people. I'm like, I can't. What is it going to take me to fix this fucking algorithm? So that way I can't. I don't have to like have this in my life anymore. To have something that's like turning me into a person I don't want to be. So I started, the only thing that I could find that was working that I could do was I unfollowed anyone who I made it a point. I'm like, well, there's other people in the community at around late 2024 who are also getting sick of Fall Guys, but unfortunately the only thing that they moved into was Fortnite, and quite frankly shooty games aren't really my thing, and like I could see myself being just as equally pissed at that, and it's so against my policies of like playing indie games to begin with and showing off how much far more interesting those are. I'm like, there's some way I have to get away from this. So I literally, I'm actually really touched that you can revisit and enjoy the game. Yeah, so I do still want to like talk about that a bit. It's that I now, what I did then, I unfollowed so many people. If you were a streamer and the only games that you played were Fall Guys or Fortnite, I unfollowed. It didn't matter if you were a stream that I went to all the time. It didn't matter if I had VIP in your chat. It didn't matter if I'm mod. There are people who I have mod for right now, at least 2 that I know of, that I had to unfollow because I needed to get rid of Fall Guys from my fucking feed, so I wouldn't continue this path where I'm like turning into my piece of shit father. I've got the stream on one monitor in the bottom. Trying to have a look now. Not a problem. Yeah, so yeah, there's multiple people who I unfollowed. And I gotta say, it's taken 2 years. Oh. Hold on. Sari just banned someone. I want to make sure that it was legitimate. I'm pretty sure that it was. Oh, yeah. Definitely was. Okay, cool. Thank you, Siri. Good bot. There we go. So like I said, I unfollowed all of these different streams. It didn't matter about my status within the stream. It didn't matter if I liked you as a person. Like I said, Jordan got caught up in that. I was VIP in his chat, but like, and I love going to his stream, and I go there a lot right now. But it took 2 years for other people to like be on board for their own different reasons. It's just they don't like it because Fall Guys became a crap game, and like there's a certain amount of validity to those statements as well. But I have like very personal reasons why I'm like this is something I can't have around. So, yeah. So, and now it's even more like the worst part is there's now people who I've unfollowed who I like, but how fucking awkward is it of a situation to be like, oh yeah, by the way, you don't know this about me, but I have a whole bunch of tendencies where I was raging at a silly, cute, colorful bean game, and I couldn't be around that community because I felt used by it, and everything about the game was turning me into a rageaholic that I don't want to be. Breaker. Yeah, exactly. It feels like such a fucking awkward thing to have to go through and say and do to go through. Even still to this day, there's going to be people who followed me who are in the Fall Guys community, and maybe that's the only game that they play, and I can't willingly follow them back just yet. Literally, if you play literally any other game on your stream, then I am perfectly happy. I don't care if it's fucking marbles on stream. Also, let me just pick another song. I don't care if it's marbles on stream. And you're just sitting there commenting on the marbles. It's like I just want to have something else where when I'm looking for raid targets at the end of the stream, I like having the the giant list that I have. Like, I don't know if the other thing you saw on this image over here. Look at the left side. Look at how few people are playing Fall Guys. Yeah, Ty was last night, but like I have this nice listing of variety streamers that I can go to, and still able to like build up this community that I want to build and foster. So that was it. That was the reason why I unfollowed everyone. I can't follow again. Even today, the reality is I've been playing Fall Guys more, just like Ty said. But there is like a certain element of, I'm trying to contend day to day with identity. I'm trying to contend day to day with trying not to be my parents. I'm trying day to day to like deal with my financial struggles. And so there's like a comfort, but like there's a comfort in playing that game. But the reality is I just want to play alongside my friends. I don't care what it is that we're playing. In fact, that's the other thing in the Discord. It's like very much the reason why in the Discord I have that channel that I created and that role that I created about playing games with me on stream. That's all I want to do. I just want to play games with others. But I want to do it in a way that's like mentally healthy and stable for like everyone involved, namely myself. So that's everything on that. So I mean I think we're kind of at the end of the stream. I'd say the main takeaways that I want to talk about from this, like I said, first off, people are far more interesting than whatever job they do. In fact, they're more interesting in general. And everyone has to deal with their own struggles that they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So just, first off, always make sure that you are giving people the benefit of the doubt, because you never know the shit that people are going through. This was my opportunity to be able to let people know that, and I'm happy that there seemed to be a good reception today. People actually wanted to come in and talk and listen and like actually hear through all this stuff. I just want to mention that like your friends, I mean definitely to me my friends are important, but whoever your friends are, they're important too. So like in mental health is incredibly important. So make sure that you are checking in on your own friends every once in a while. Like those pictures that I made for all of those different people that I showed off earlier, those artworks, all those are people who support me in different ways and have supported me throughout the year. my first friend, he, like I said, he provides a place for me to be, that forces me to like put pants on and get out of my house, so that way I can go to his like work from home each week. Strawberry is someone who's always volunteering. Like, she's one of the few people who's ever bought one of the break room stickers that you see from the merch that's below my stream, and it's on her laptop. It's like, that's that's her way of showing support, and I forgot she even had that, and I saw it the other day, and it genuinely made me want to cry, like happy tears. Be like, oh right, these are my friends. These are people who want to be supportive of me. Again, the third of my friends, he's been able to keep me to a point where I can be at least somewhat financially stable. Puffley or Sean, he's someone who I've constantly in chatting with, constantly getting invited over, or he's come over for Puzzle Point, like I said before, and coming on to my events. Princess is someone who well, first off, let me shout both of them out. Shout Princess 55 and Puffley Jack. Yeah, it'll probably take a moment before I can actually shout Sean out. Princess is someone who, she knows my phone number. She texts me she and I text each other all the time, and she just texts at random times just to check in, just to make sure that things are going okay. And it helps. It really does help. That little bit. And finally, the last thing that I want to say is, if I appreciate the Subverto. Yeah, and you have been, like, I look at my subs. I know that you have been for a while. 14 months, like it shows there, even when I haven't been streaming. But you know what I would also love more than anything? For anyone in chat who's been listening, if you're a streamer, I'd love to, if you decide, if this stream today inspired you at all to hold something similar, to be able to like personally talk about to have like a deep personal conversation, I will support you however I can. Coming into your stream, letting other people, if you want other people to know, I will let them know to come in. I would love to hear other people's stories, because that's part of my thing. I like supporting others. I like connecting with others. You get to have Breaker over for Christmas. That's true. Like I said, that's, Leandra and Puffley, the two people I'm gonna get to see very soon. People who I met online through Twitch here, and like actually able to make proper, meaningful connections with someone in real life. So I think that's everything. So unless there's any last questions anyone has for me, this song is about to end. So we can finally find ourselves a raid target like 5 hours in. Might have planned for 10 people instead of the actual 4. That's not a problem. But I appreciate the invite all the same. And it'll still be good. You told me, Sean told me who the other person is who's going to be there. So, yeah, like I said, feel free. If there's any last questions from anyone, I'm more than happy to answer. Yeah, Delta, that would be the person. I just don't like doxing or giving too much additional information. But yeah, Sean told me about it. Is that correct? Just because he can probably use the followers also. Dale's a very cool variety streamer, and again, I like supporting variety streamers. But I am drained. So I think let's find ourselves a raid target. I can finally take my lunch, my medication. Which one is DOS 2? I guess I could look that up. I'm already on here anyway. Divinity Original Sin. Got it. Honestly, I think. Thank you very much for the stream. Yeah, of course. Like I said, I'm hoping other people can get something out of it. Plus, whether streaming. If no, that would be good. Do you know I didn't follow him and I keep meaning to follow him. Which Singularity. I'll go in. Yeah. No. I got it. I have him up on my other screen right now. But yeah, I honestly don't know why I'm not following him is the truth, is the other reason. Hope you're able to have a relaxing evening. Thank you for being so vulnerable. It was lovely listening to your stories and thoughts. No, I like I said, I genuinely appreciate that for me doing something so wildly different from what I normally do here. That there was a good response, that people were willing to stick it out and stick around and hear all of this. Hear me ramble on for 5 hours. Yeah, like I said, I love to hear other people's stories. So I if anyone ever does a similar stream, please let me know in Discord, on Twitch, wherever. I will be around. Literally, if anyone who's a streamer here, I already hang out at all of your streams. So, but yeah, let's actually head over to Singularity. Like you were hearing, that is Puffly Jig's brother. Seeing as I'm going to be seeing Puffly and Leandra in just a couple days. Thanks for streaming. Take care, friends. Like I said, I obviously genuinely appreciate all of you. So I just thank everyone for, however you've been able to support me over time. At Siege, take care. But yeah, let's pull up the raid messages. We got a party. Yeah, so got the first raid message, obviously lurkers, followers, anyone who doesn't have a sub for the subscribers, just copy the second raid message, get to use the Cuphead emotes. Oop, and I missed the second of those emotes. I got it now. Yeah, we'll go show Singularity some love. But yeah. Well, I'm gonna see what I can do about streaming more. I've obviously discussed here what the issues are. Jordan, I appreciate the 140 bits. But I want to get back into streaming. It's just we're gonna have to work our way through it. Hopefully, I get a job soon. I'm gonna try to take Scape's advice from earlier and see how that pans out. Yeah. But yeah, we'll head over. I guess we'll run our raid video real quick. We'd love to see it, but whenever it feels right for you, of course, we'll be here. Yeah, of course. Again, Jordan, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all of you being here. But yeah, let's run the raid message. We'll go show Singularity some love. Till then, you all take care. I hope you have a happy holidays. I hope things go well for you. I appreciate all of you, and we'll see you then.